Para hadirin yang kami hormati, selamat datang dalam acara ini, selamat datang di ruang mezanin. Acara akan dimulai beberapa saat lagi. Sebelumnya izinkan kami menginformasikan beberapa hal terkait penyelenggaraan acara. Yang pertama, acara dilakukan secara hybrid untuk mendukung kelancaran jalannya acara. Kepada Bapak dan Ibu yang hadir di ruangan ini, kami mohon kesediaannya untuk boleh menempati tempat duduk yang sesuai yang ditempatkan, serta memastikan bahwa telepon genggam atau alat komunikasi lainnya berada dalam mode senyap. Sementara itu, bagi Bapak dan Ibu yang hadir melalui aplikasi Zoom, selain apabila dipersilahkan berbicara oleh panitia, kami mohon perkenannya untuk memastikan bahwa mikrofon berada dalam posisi non-aktif. Yang kedua, dapat kami sampaikan bahwa pelaksanaan acara ini akan dilakukan dalam dua bahasa, bahasa Indonesia dan bahasa Inggris. Untuk itu, demi kenyamanan Bapak dan Ibu, kami menyediakan fasilitas atau fitur penerjemah yang dapat Bapak dan Ibu gunakan. Bagi yang hadir di ruang mezanin, apabila membutuhkan, dipersilakan mengambil alat yang terletak di meja registrasi. Sekali lagi kami umumkan, bagi Bapak dan Ibu, apabila membutuhkan alat penerjemah, dipersilakan untuk boleh mengambil alat yang terletak di meja registrasi. Dan bagi Bapak dan Ibu yang hadir melalui Zoom, dipersilakan untuk boleh menekan ikon bola dunia pada aplikasi Zoom. Untuk informasi dan hal-hal lain terkait penyelenggaraan acara, dapat Bapak dan Ibu akses terhadap di link yang telah disampaikan di link registrasi, dan untuk materi, lalu juga untuk slide penyampaian pertanyaan, daftar absen, dan hal-hal lainnya terkait penyelenggaraan acara dapat Bapak dan Ibu akses di link tersebut. Yang terakhir, sertifikat akan disediakan bagi seluruh peserta yang mendaftar melalui link registrasi. Sekali lagi kami sampaikan, sertifikat disediakan bagi peserta yang mendaftar melalui link registrasi. Demikian kami sampaikan, terima kasih. Dipendekin aja ya, proses mau dibaca.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this seminar. We will be starting in just a few minutes. Before we start, let me explain to you some rules that are applied to this event. This event is conducted both offline from the mezzanine room and online through the Zoom application. To ensure that this event runs smoothly, we kindly ask you who are present in this room to switch your mobile phones to silent mode. For participants who follow this event through the Zoom application, please make sure to turn your Zoom microphone off. This event will be conducted in two languages, Bahasa Indonesia and English. For everyone's convenience, translation will be provided in both languages simultaneously. For all attendees in the mezzanine room, the translation devices are provided at the back of the room. While those who join us using the Zoom application, the translation can be activated by clicking the globe icon at the bottom of your Zoom window. All information related to this event can be accessed by clicking the link provided by the committee. During this event, if you have any questions, comments, or ideas that are related to our topic and discussion, you can deliver it via Slido that can also be found in the same link. Last but not least, certificate is also provided and will be delivered to all participants via email. Thank you for your attention and cooperation in this seminar.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan.
Yang terhormat Menteri Keuangan Republik Indonesia Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati, yang kami hormati Direktur Jenderal Perimbangan Keuangan Bapak Luki Alfirman beserta seluruh jajaran, yang kami hormati para pejabat Eselon 1, staf khusus dan staf ahli di lingkungan Kementerian Keuangan Republik Indonesia beserta seluruh jajaran. Representing the Ambassador of Switzerland to Indonesia, the Honorable Violet Rupaner, the Honorable Habib Naserap, Lead Economist World Bank, our distinguished speaker, Professor Paul Smoke, Professor of Public Finance and Planning, New York University, distinguished speaker, Prof. Sen Dotri, Senior Advisor of Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development.
Distinguished speaker, Mr. Jürgen Blum, Senior Public Sector Specialist of the World Bank. Distinguished speaker, Professor Bert Hoffman, East Asia Institute, National University of Singapore. Dan yang kami hormati para moderator dan penanggap, Profesor Ekonomi Universitas Indonesia, Bapak Profesor Raksaka Mahi, Staf Khusus Menteri Keuangan Bidang Perumusan Kebijakan Fiskal Sektoral, Bapak Profesor Chandra Fajri Ananda, Staf Khusus Menteri Keuangan Bidang Perumusan Kebijakan Fiskal Regional, Ibu Titi Anas, dan yang kami hormati dan banggakan seluruh tamu undangan, para kepala daerah atau yang mewakili, perwakilan dari kementerian dan lembaga, perwakilan dari Mitra Pembangunan Indonesia, dan seluruh peserta pada acara pagi hari ini.
Selamat pagi dan selamat datang.
Good morning and welcome to
Fiscal Decentralization Policy for the Next Decade International Seminar and Award Ceremony. Senang sekali saya Taruli Kristofina dan rekan saya
Niki Wirawan
akan menemani dan memandu jalannya acara kita pada hari ini.
It's a great honor for me, Niki Wirawan, and my partner
Taruli Kristofina
to stand here today as the Master of Ceremony for this event.
Bapak dan Ibu, dapat kami sampaikan bahwa acara ini juga dilakukan melalui aplikasi Zoom Meeting. Untuk itu, izinkan kami menyapa selamat pagi dan selamat datang kepada Bapak dan Ibu yang mengikuti acara ini secara online. Good morning and welcome to representative from Ministry of Finance of Brazil and Bangladesh. And also good morning and welcome to Deputy Division Chief Fiscal Affairs Department IMF, Mr. Sailendra Patanayak, dan seluruh tamu undangan yang hadir melalui Zoom.
We would also like to extend our warmest welcome to our guests that follow this event through the Zoom application. Representatives from the Ministry of Finance of Brazilian and the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Bangladesh, to Mr. Sailendra, Lead Economist Fiscal Department of IMF, and also to all other guests and participants in the Zoom application today.
Kegiatan ini merupakan kegiatan yang dilaksanakan sebagai salah satu bentuk nyata dan upaya kerjasama antara pemerintah Indonesia dan mitra pembangunan yaitu World Bank sebagai salah satu mitra pembangunan Indonesia untuk terus memberikan kontribusi yang terbaik bagi bangsa, secara khusus dalam pelaksanaan pengelolaan kebijakan desentralisasi fiskal di Indonesia.
This event is a concrete form of collaboration between the Indonesian government and the World Bank as one of the Indonesia's development partners that continues to provide their finest contribution to our nation, specifically in the implementation of fiscal decentralization policies in Indonesia. This seminar is also made possible with the support of the European Union, the Canadian government, and the Switzerland government.
Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, mengawali acara ini, marilah kita menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya.
Ladies and gentlemen, to begin the event, we will sing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Everyone, please stand up.
Hadirin dimohon berdiri. Hadirin dipersilakan duduk kembali.
Please have a seat. Sebelum masuk ke dalam acara lebih lanjut, agar seluruh rangkaian acara dapat dilancarkan dan diberi kemudahan, serta tentu saja acara bermanfaat bagi kita semua, mari kita panjatkan doa sesuai agama dan kepercayaan masing-masing.
Before proceeding further to the event, in the hope that this event runs smoothly and as a token of gratitude for the Almighty God, who has been giving us mercy and blessings so that we can all gather in this event, let us silently pray to the God according to our respective belief.
Berdoa dipersilahkan. Berdoa selesai. Amin.
2 dekade lebih penyelenggaraan desentralisasi fiskal telah berlangsung di Indonesia. Dalam pelaksanaannya, Kementerian Keuangan, secara khusus Direktorat Jenderal Perimbangan Keuangan, terus berupaya melakukan penyempurnaan kebijakan desentralisasi fiskal. Undang-Undang Hubungan Keuangan Pusat dan Daerah Nomor 1 Tahun 2022 merupakan bukti nyata upaya DJPK yang menjadi tonggak sejarah transformasi penyelenggaraan desentralisasi fiskal di Indonesia yang bertujuan untuk mencapai pemerataan kesejahteraan masyarakat di seluruh NKRI.
More than 2 decades of fiscal decentralization have been underway in Indonesia. In its implementation, the Ministry of Finance, in particular DGFP, continues to strive to improve fiscal decentralization policies. Law on Central and Regional Finance Relations Number 1 of 2022, known as Undang-Undang HKPD, is a clear evidence of DGFB's effort, which become a milestone in the transformation of the implementation of fiscal decentralization in Indonesia that aims to achieve equal distribution of social welfare throughout the Republic of Indonesia. Acara hari ini juga merupakan bagian dari upaya penyempurnaan kebijakan desentralisasi fiskal di Indonesia. Pada kesempatan ini, kita akan bersama-sama mengikuti knowledge sharing dan diskusi terkait pengalaman dan tantangan penerapan kebijakan desentralisasi fiskal yang dihadapi oleh Indonesia, serta pengalaman dari negara lain yang dapat menjadi pembelajaran bagi Indonesia.
Today's event is also part of the efforts to improve fiscal decentralization policies in Indonesia. On this occasion, we will participate in knowledge sharing and discussion regarding the experiences and challenges of implementing fiscal decentralization policies faced by Indonesia, as well as experiences from other countries that could become a good lesson learned for Indonesia.
Untuk itu, tentunya diharapkan partisipasi aktif dari kita semua sebagai perwujudan dukungan kita dalam pelaksanaan reformasi kebijakan fiskal yang bertujuan untuk meningkatkan kualitas desentralisasi fiskal yang lebih adil, transparan, akuntabel, dan berkinerja dalam mencapai pemerataan kesejahteraan masyarakat di seluruh NKRI.
For those reasons, during this event, our active participation is certainly needed as a manifestation of support in implementing fiscal decentralization reform. The reform which aims to improve the quality of fiscal decentralization that is fairer, more transparent, and more accountable in achieving equal distribution of social welfare throughout the Republic of Indonesia. Hadirin yang berbahagia, saat ini kita akan mendengarkan welcome address yang akan disampaikan oleh representatif Duta Besar Swiss untuk Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we will listen to the welcome address which will be delivered by the representative of the Swiss Ambassador to Indonesia, to the Honorable Mrs. Violet Rupener. The floor is yours.
Good morning everyone, selamat pagi, bonjour, grüezi miteinander. Let me begin by extending special greetings to the Director General of Fiscal Balance, Pak Luki Afirman, Special Staff of Minister of Finance, Ibu Masita, and Professor Chandra Fajiri Ananda, and please forgive me if I don't pronounce your names so well. I've recently arrived to your beautiful country in Indonesia, and I'm a little bit nervous because this is the first time I address such a distinguished assembly of people. So let me also greet the World Bank lead economist, Mr. Habib Rahab, the directors and other government officials representing the Ministry of Finance, other ministries and local governments, colleagues from other embassies, Kevin Tokar and Melissa Go from the Embassy of Canada, Thibaut Portevin and Noor Isravini from the EU delegation, distinguished speakers and guests. On behalf of my ambassador, Olivier Zehnder, and the partners of the Public Financial Management Multi-Donor Trust Fund, I'm really honored to welcome you to the international seminar on Indonesia's fiscal decentralization policy for the next decade. The Public Financial Management Multi-Donor Trust Fund is a partnership between the governments of Switzerland, Canada, the European Union, and the World Bank, and the government of Indonesia. Its aim is to support reforms in strategic areas. Now in its third phase, the Multi-Donor Trust Fund is proud to have supported Indonesia's remarkable decentralization process over the years. It has been now more than 2 decades since the country embarked on one of the world's most ambitious and rapid decentralization reforms. In the backstage, I've heard talks about a so-called Big Bang that was initiated 20 years ago. And I've also heard that at the time, some people were worried about the implementation of this ambitious and rapid reform. But since it began in 2001, this Big Bang has achieved commendable results, expanding access to basic services across a geographically very diverse country and improving people's life for sure. However, important challenges remain, such as improving the quality and equity of these services, as we have seen in the introductory video, and this has to happen across the country. So at the same time, other critical challenges, such as climate change or the need for concerted efforts to address health pandemics, such as COVID-19, require substantive discussions on fiscal decentralization policy responses. So, the role of fiscal decentralization policy in addressing service delivery challenges is also critical. As you know, more than I, fiscal decentralization policy has a direct impact on how subnational governments use public finance. The Public Finance Management Multi-Donor Trust Fund congratulates DG Fiscal Balance for taking the initiative to organize this seminar. We hope that it will allow stakeholders to reflect on the achievements of fiscal decentralization over the last 20 years, and also to draw lessons from international experience to inform the thinking on Indonesia's fiscal decentralization policy for the next decade. Let me once again express my appreciation to the government of Indonesia and our partners in the Trust Fund, and we look forward to further achievements. And I'm also very confident that Indonesia will continue to make substantial progress. Terima kasih banyak.
Thank you for Mrs. Violet Opener.
Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, saat ini kita akan masuk ke dalam sesi dan diskusi yang dibagi ke dalam 3 sesi. Kami harap kita semua boleh semangat untuk terus mengikuti sesinya sampai siang nanti. Untuk sesi yang pertama kita akan mengikuti fireside chat bersama dengan Direktur Jenderal Perimbangan Keuangan yang akan membahas pengalaman penerapan desentralisasi fiskal di Indonesia. Sesi ini akan dimoderatori oleh Lead Economist World Bank, Mr. Habib Rab.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we come into the main part of the event that will be divided into 3 sessions. In the first session, we will take part in a fireside chat with the Director General of Fiscal Balance that will be talking about Indonesia's fiscal decentralization experiences.
And to moderate this session, here with us Mr. Habib Rab, Lead Economist of World Bank, having 20 years experience working on macroeconomic fiscal management and structural reform issues in countries across Asia, Africa, and Europe and Central Asia. Mr. Habib has joined the World Bank Indonesia and Timor-Leste team as Lead Economist since January 2021. Currently, he oversees the World Bank's program on equitable growth, finance, and institutions. To Honorable Bapak Luki and Mr. Rab, the time and place is yours.
Selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's a really great pleasure and honor to be here this morning at this fireside chat with Pak Dirjen, Pak Luki Afirman. I have known Pak Luki for a very long time. In fact, I knew of Pak Luki much before I met him in 2023. I knew him 10 years ago when I was working on fiscal decentralization issues in Vietnam, because I came across a paper that was assessing the efficiency of local revenue collections in Indonesia, a methodology that we then ended up applying in Vietnam also. So it was a great honor to finally meet with Pak Luki 10 years later, and to share the stage with you today, Pak Dirjen. So, given that you seem to have had quite a long professional and academic association with topics around fiscal decentralization, I was wondering, to kick off this discussion, whether you could tell us a little bit about your own professional and personal journey on this topic. Pak Luki.
Yes, thank you, Habib. Very good morning to all of you. Welcome to Jakarta. Welcome to Ministry of Finance. Welcome to our seminar, today's seminar about Indonesia fiscal decentralization. I see some familiar faces here. Of course, we have Pak Bert Hoffman with us today. He is a wonderful architect who designed our first fiscal decentralization policy back 20 years ago. So it will be nice to hear from him again about our journey on this fiscal decentralization. Selamat pagi Bapak Ibu sekalian. Sekali lagi Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Habib. So perhaps I would start with a brief personal experience on this fiscal decentralization. So I've been working for Ministry of Finance for almost 30 years now. I started my career at MOF as staff at DigiTaxes actually, and then I was assigned as directors at BKF, Fiscal Policy Agency, and then also appointed as Finance Minister Chief of Staff. And I was promoted as Special Advisor for Finance Minister for State Revenues, and then moved to the Director General of Budget Financing and Risk Management, and currently serving as Director General of Fiscal Balance for almost a year. So my portfolio, my tour of duty is quite complete in the sense I have experienced all components of our budget, our APBN, in revenue sides, in expenditure side, and also in financing side. And in the middle of my career, I also had opportunity to pursue my postgraduate education. I completed my master's degree and PhD at University of Colorado Boulder, USA in economics. And that was my first exposure with this fiscal decentralization, because remember, previously I worked at DigiTaxes, but at that time I decided to write something about this local tax revenue, the potential local tax ratio, how to estimate that basically. I think at that time it was very relevant, it was very timely in the sense because at the same time it was the beginning of our journey at this fiscal decentralization policy at that time. And later on, as Chief of Staff, for example, and also I was the Secretary of ILM, Asset Liability Management, I learned more about this fiscal decentralization. And one conclusion for sure that is very complex and also highly political. However, we at the Ministry of Finance, that the way we design policy, how we use all those instruments at APBN. We have, central government budget, for example. We have expenditure. We have the financing side. How to use those instruments in a more integrated way. So in that case, it has to be aligned, has to be harmonized, has to be synergized, so that we can get the better, more optimal result for the people.
Thank you so much, Paluki. I want to from there, and three major topics. One is the past, then we'll go on to the present and the major reforms, and then talk a little bit about the future of fiscal decentralization. So firstly, on the past, it's been 20 years since the so-called Big Bang decentralization process started. I wanted to ask you firstly, why is it referred to as the reform as Big Bang? Related question is, if you could tell us a little bit about what was some of the impact of the changes that were implemented at the time.
Okay, Pak Bert is here, so he knows better than me. Okay, looking back, if you remember, so Indonesia experienced a major multi-dimensional crisis post 1997-1998 Asian financial crisis. So we're talking about political, social, economic crisis. This is multi-dimensional crisis. So as a result, Indonesia had to undertake very bold structural reform at that time in many areas. So if you remember that some people were afraid, were concerned about what's gonna happen to Indonesia. It's gonna be something similar to what happened to, these Balkan countries. They just broke apart. So again, long story short, Indonesia had to take very bold reform in many areas. But there are two main areas. Number one is what's so-called democratization. So under the new system, people now vote for individual. So we're talking about election for president, governor, parliament member, mayor, senator. Before, we voted for party. So that's something what's new. And number two, about decentralization. So we give much bigger autonomy to regions now, to subnational governments. So ideally speaking, of course, it would be ideal if we did that in a more gradual fashion. Okay, but again, the situation at that time was not made us impossible to do so. So that's why we did that. It was so-called Big Bang approach. Okay, of course there are some pros and cons. Gradual fashion, gradually, or at instance, something like that, right? So, but rather than we government focus at how we make sure that all supporting aspects were well put in place. We're talking about regulation. We're talking about this procedure. We're talking about the business process, the socialization, education, capacity building, and so forth. Because again, some people also say that, hey, if we had to wait until those subnational government ready, it would never happen. Okay, so that's what we did. Okay, and fast forward 20 years later, so we have seen a very good positive result. Various studies show that again this fiscal decentralization bring a very good positive impact to the people, including studies from the World Bank, for example. If you look at local economic growth, local growth has been increasing, poverty Inequality has been improving. If you look at the access to health facilities, access to education, sanitation, clean water, so those things have been improving much better compared to, let's say, 20 years ago. So along the way, we also know, or we also, this transfer to regions, these instruments also have been evolving. So some new instruments were introduced. Now we have village fund, Dana Desa, for example. We have fiscal incentive. Existing policies also were always reviewed and calibrated as necessary. But of course, we still have some homework. We have a lot of homework actually. To name a few, so quality of spending. So some regions still spend so much money for their what's called payroll, personal expenses or expenditures. Less money for productive spending. Local tax revenue, the capacity is still quite limited. Financing schemes also still quite limited. Okay, and also what's important is about governance. Okay, how to ensure governance is not being compromised. So far that's quite positive, the result, but hey, we still also have a lot of homework to do.
Thank you very much, Paduki. So, from the past now to the present, and this homework that you mentioned, part of it is reflected in this major reform effort that the government undertook in the last year or so with the adoption of the HKPD. So could you tell us a little bit about this major reform 2 decades down the road? What were some of the drivers? You mentioned a few already. What were some of the motivations behind this major reform?
Thank you, Habib. So again, this 20 years journey of fiscal decentralization, things change rapidly, things change a lot. We have to adjust ourselves, and we felt that at the time of the 20 years, it was 2020, 2021, I think it was the time for us to revisit the legal fundamental basis, which is the law itself. So this is what we did. So we started with some burning questions, burning issues. Okay, so Pak Mahi knows this very well, right? The ultimate goal, Pak Chandra knows also this very well. The ultimate goal of this fiscal decentralization policy or program is actually about economic decentralization. So the question is, how far have we succeeded in achieving this goal? How to reduce the reliance of this sub-regional government on central government support? How we define just and equity? Does it mean all regions have the same level of income? How is life and also regional public finance under the new normal after this COVID-19 pandemic? And of course, this is what I learned, right? That again, how to keep government governance intact through this political dynamics. So again, those things to some extent motivate us, make us how to design this our new undang-undang HKPD or HKPD law. How should we formulate this, execute the fiscal and decentralization policies? So as I said, this is the good time for us to revisit, to renew, to rewrite, to improve our HKPD law in the level of undang-undang. And going forward, we would like to focus more on impact. Okay, so how we make sure that our program, our transfer, right? Give people in the regions more impactful result. Try to get better engagement, ownership from the subnational government. And what's also important is the alignment and harmonization between central and local government's policy. And post-pandemic, now it really opened our eyes that the awareness and also study of local risk management, local fiscal risk management. And above of all, this transfer to region, that's the instrument of our FPBN, TKD, does not only serve for the distribution tool, yet it is the key fiscal instrument for keeping Indonesia united. That's very, very important. So that's why we came up with this new Undang-Undang HKPD. So as in the video before, so the way we constructed this Undang-Undang HKPD based on these 4 pillars. This is our observation, this is based on our assessment, how to improve, how to reduce horizontal and vertical imbalances, how to strengthen local taxing power, how to improve quality of spending, how to always harmonize central and regional fiscal spending policies.
Thank you so much, Paduki. I wanted to go a little bit more deeply into the specific instruments in the and in particular, I don't know whether it's fair to say, I mean, you mentioned that local taxation is important, but it seems as though the main instrument through which you want to implement a lot of these changes are through the transfer system. Is that a fair reading? And do you still see the transfers to the region as the main driver of some of these big changes that you are setting out objectives for yourself?
Okay, talking about number, as of today, 2023, for example, if you look at local budget, total APBD, total local budget, that revenue, in revenue side, the 68% coming from transfer from the central government. Okay, so 68%, that's the reliance of subnational government on transfer from central government. Of course, going forward, we would like to have those subnational government to be more fiscally independent. So that's why, answering your question, if you look at our Undang-Undang HKPD law, more than 60% of the articles are about this local tax capacity. Okay, we're talking about PDRD, pajak daerah dan retribusi daerah. Okay. However, at the same time, we want to make sure that what central government transfer to regions also can be used for the best of the local people. So that's why some, I would say, breakthrough policies under this new HKPD law, to name a few. So now introduce DAU. DAU is basically General Allocation Fund. Some of them are being earmarked. So what does it mean? This is General Allocation Fund. But the idea here is we want to make sure that subnational government can deliver the same level of basic services anywhere in the country. So in terms of nominal, in terms of total amount of DAU, it will stay the same, in fact increase in the next 5 years. This is Occam Plus policy. So, however, some part of it, we want to make sure that it is used for providing some public services to people. I'm talking about health, education, basic infrastructure, and also this is salary for these new teachers and also health workers. And also we have revenue sharing instrument, we call it DBH. Okay, and some those DBH, those revenue sharing instruments, this is based on, like, for example, uh, uh, tax on cigarettes, uh, also for DBH sawit, this is for crude palm oil, and then we want to make sure that this money is used for something that is related to those commodities. For example, kelapa sawit for palm oil, for example, hey, it creates sometimes some kind of negative externalities, and the money should be used to address these negative externalities. So introduce also fiscal incentive. So basically, fiscal incentive, again, as economists, we know people respond well to incentives. So that's why the way we design our formula, let's say, now we also take into account this incentive as one of the variables. We also introduce regional fiscal framework to make sure, again, the alignment between what we have in the central government level and also in the local government level. And again, repeat again to emphasize the importance of local fiscal risk management framework. Again, this is something new.
Thank you so much, Paluki. So, the TKD, the whole transfer system, has been refined the way you explain it to drive better performance, better outcomes on expenditures, and so you have introduced through the HKPD certain innovations. But beyond the transfers, beyond the TKD, could you tell us a little bit about also some of the efforts that the authorities have made to introduce innovative financing, new types of financing beyond the TKD?
Okay, this is again new area in the sense that in the past that perhaps this financing side might not be well explored yet. Okay, however, to accelerate this local development with the budget constraint, limited budget capacity, both from the central government level and also local government level, I think we have to be creative, we have to be innovative. So that's why we encourage what's so-called this creative innovative financing. That's something also that we include in our new Undang-Undang HKPD. So to open up this door for financing. But again, of course, we have to be careful in the sense that, again, we also have to make sure that it will be done in sound and prudent way. It requires some kind of accountability and transparency. Local government, sub-national government have to have good books, right? So sound finances. Okay. So with those requirements, I think with some eligible selected sub-national government, they are ready to find some alternative financing. So I'm talking about bonds, local bonds, conventional, as well as Sharia-based bond, sukuk, and of course we're talking about this loan, borrowing, and of course is credit financing in terms of PPP, public-private partnership. And there's new article also in HKPD law talking about this what's so-called dana abadi. So this is basically local government endowment fund for some eligible regions. Which regions? now we are allowed to have this what's so-called this endowment fund, can ensure more sustainable funding for their development agenda.
Thank you very much, Baluki. I want to now turn away from the transfers and the financing and talk a little bit about the harmonization of policy, harmonization of expenditure between the central level and the local level. I think this is one area, and correct me if I'm wrong, Baluki, that was not as present in the previous legislation. But could you tell us a little bit why there is more focus now in the UU HKPD on this important topic?
Thank you, Habib. So, if you remember, as I explained to you about these 4 pillars, the 4th pillar is about harmonization. Okay, so when we design fiscal policy, we always look at these 3 functions of fiscal policies, which is allocation, distribution, and stabilization. So we also want to make sure those 3 functions work well in the context of fiscal decentralization. So the COVID-19 pandemic taught us a very good lessons. There should be a good, smooth alignment and harmonization between all government policies. Okay. So, for example, now President Jokowi has decided our top priority, our focus now, how to reduce, how to bring down extreme poverty. Okay, we want to make it zero actually at the end of 2024. So it's not gonna happen. It will never happen if it's only up to central government. It has to be designed in such a way that it is being supported, it becomes the national priority, supported by all levels of government. There should be some kind of harmonization of policies. So for example, now we have village fund. So basically, we transferred fund to villages, 75,000 villages. And then because right now the national top priority is addressing this extreme poverty, so we told those villages that you should also allocate money to address this extreme poverty in your villages. So there are some good examples, some not too good examples, how this harmonization really work in Indonesia. Okay, believe it or not, so there is national strategic national project right in one region, and then the local government does not build the supporting infrastructure, right? So it becomes just waste. But just recently, there's a good story about how we together, led by Ministry of Home Affairs, coordination to address this inflation. So basically, the Minister of Home Affairs, Pak Menteri Tito, holds a weekly meeting, a weekly forum, attended by all local leaders, bupati and mayors, and governors, talking about addressing about this inflation problem in regions. Because it is done in a very consistent manner, right, that it works very well. So we were able to bring down our inflation. Just yesterday, we had new inflation number for October, right? Not already below 3%, only 2.3 to 2.4%. So in our new Undang-Undang HKPD law, at least there are 2 new programs. So we introduced what's so-called campaign package regional. Basically, this is what's so-called regional fiscal framework. So in the national level, we have this KMPPKF. See, this is national fiscal framework. Okay. Now we want to make sure that we have 546 regions, provinces, kabupaten, cities, kota. 546 now. So again, it is very, very challenging task for us to make this, to make sure the alignment, the harmonization really work. So that's why one way to do so is having this KMPPKF regional. This is local regional framework. And number two, as I said, look, we have APBD, we have this local budget, but we have to take into account now about risk. Again, in the past, a lot of people might not have what's so-called this risk awareness. Okay, all risks in terms of fiscal being absorbed by central government, so it won't be sustainable. So that's why now we have to also include the subnational government. We have to also build awareness about this risk, about in particular fiscal risk. That's also something in our APBD law.
Thank you so much, Paluki. Now, you're going into the first year of implementing the APBD. It's going to be major changes across many subnational jurisdictions. What do you see as some of the opportunities, some of the pros of what you'll be rolling out? And what do you see as some of the challenges, more importantly, of rolling out the APBD?
As usual, of course, there are always some pros and cons, and we have to admit as well that look, this is new undang APBD. APBD law is the political products, right, between government and also our parliament, legislative and executive branches, right? So that's our new undang APBD. Some pros and cons. Some people criticize, for example, that hey, this new undang APBD is being seen as more like leaning toward decentralization. Okay. Before I was talking about this DAU earmark. Look, this is general allocation fund. Why it has to be earmarked? Some people also criticize about quite rigid arrangement, especially for local taxes, because we have this closed list regime. Okay, but at the same time, you also get some good positive feedback, input. Okay, now people can see that local government, subnational government, really prioritizing that's people welfare. So because with the earmark now, subnational government must allocate enough resources to address those basic services like education, health, and infrastructure. In our new undang APBD, we also put articles talking about to make sure that people or subnational government should put bigger allocation for what's called product expenditure. So it is clearly stated in our undang APBD law that in the next 5 years, personal expenditure, payroll, and everything has to be reduced to maximum only 30%. Now, some areas, some regions, spend almost 50% paying for their government employee salary. So we give 5 years the transition period, right? That hopefully all those regions only allocate maximum 30% for personal expenditure. at the same time, also that those subnational government have to allocate minimum 40% for infrastructure spending in the next 5 years. So again, with these policies, it forces subnational government to have better quality of spending. Again, with this performance-based transfer scheme, right? Again, as I said, people respond well to incentive. We hope that it will give motivation for local government to always improve their performance because they will get more as a result. And there's clear division now between tax collection authority who will get taxes, who will impose additional taxes in the provincial level, in kabupaten level, in the cities level. Okay, so again, it provides certainty, clear transparency to businesses, and also some positive input about this DAU harmless policy. But all in all, I think our big homework, the key here is how to make this education socialization program, right, then can reach out all, subnational government as well as people in the regions.
Thank you very much, Maduki. With all these big changes, the mandate of DG Fiscal Balance, the responsibilities of DG Fiscal Balance also are evolving. I mean, there is a big responsibility to oversee and monitor the implementation of the UU HKPD. So could I ask you, how do you see your own role and the role of DG Fiscal Balance evolving in this new context to ensure that the mandate can be delivered?
Okay, we at the Ministry of Finance, reform is never-ending story for us. Okay, under the leadership of Minister Sri Mulyani, they keep pushing us. She keep pushing us to always improve, to reform ourselves in terms of organization, in terms of human resources, in terms of IT and so forth. That's including us at the JPK, the General Fiscal Balance. So, however, for us at the JPK, the focus, as I said before, will be more on impact. Before, our main job is more about allocation. Somehow we call ourselves as allocator. Okay. Now we go beyond this just allocation. We want to make sure that what we transfer, that having or produce impactful result to people in regions. So that's why now we have new principles. We call it 3I. So basically, impactful, innovative, and integrity. So when we design policies, when we execute these fiscal policies, so it has to be in fact impactful. So we don't stop at output. We have to go beyond. So we talk about outcome, talking about really impact to the society. And we have to be innovative because it cannot be just business as usual. So we have to be creative. How to make this new culture of innovative, creative culture. And of course, integrity. That's something that cannot be compromised. So, in concrete way, so we would like to develop a stronger, yet agile, and also flexible JPK organization. So, 3 months ago, we undertook 2 bold reform. Number one, we what's so-called reorganization. We created 2 new directorates. Number one, Directorate of Local Taxation and Charges. So basically, we want to make sure, right, that we can assist local government, subnational government, to improve their local tax capacity. So we dedicate one directorate for that. Number two, we have this new directorate of what's called financing and regional economic development. The director is Pak Bima here. Okay, so again, this is something new, financing. So again, we want to make sure, we want to assist local government for them to explore what these various financing schemes, and to make it impactful. As I said, our policies, everything. So we have to have unit that can understand, that can read those regional economic development. And of course, number two, the program is called layering. So basically, we call it functionalization. I don't know whether it's the right word or not. So basically, we converted most of our staff before under structural structure. So now as analysts, functional officer, we call it. Okay. So with that, of course, they will be more flexible, yet they can be more focused on doing their job. And of course, last but not least, about the reform on ICT, information communication technology. Again, how to manage these 546 different regions, different subnational government. So IT will be very helpful here, will be key. Administer to manage those many 500 something regions. So at the same time, you can also, with this governance, everything, can also be with the use of IT. Of course, you can also put this governance as well.
Thank you so much, Paduki. So beyond these changes that you envisage in the Fiscal Balance, Ministry of Finance, could you tell us a little bit more about how the government more generally will ensure the implementation of the AKPD?
Yeah, so going forward, so for us, Indonesia, for your information, it's not that easy for us to, let's say, to make a new undang-undang, for example. It has to go through this political process. So normally speaking, for new undang-undang, so we have to wait maybe at least 5 years or maybe 10 years, sometimes 20 years for us to renew, to revise this new undang-undang. So going forward, maybe in the next 10 years, because Undang-Undang APBD just been passed last year, so realistically speaking, we should expect that we have to use to live with this Undang-Undang APBD, let's say for the next 5 to 10 years. So the policies are already in place, but the question now is how to execute, how to implement those policies. So that's why going forward, I think now we're using or we're looking at these three principles: synergy, harmonization, and inclusiveness. So for synergy, as my story before, right? So synergy, I'm talking about there are so many different instruments. We have TKD, this transfer to regions. Under my unit, for example, we have DAU, General Allocation Fund. We have DAK, Special Allocation Fund, which is specific grant basically. We have revenue sharing. We have fiscal incentive. So many instruments. How to make sure if we can synergize those different instruments? And not to mention also at the central government budget, some spending, infrastructure spending by Ministry of Public Works, of course, it takes place also in regions. How to synergize those different projects? Okay, so first I'm talking about how to synergize different instruments. The next synergy is how to synergize synergy among institutions. At Ministry of Finance, we have DG Fiscal Balance, we have DG Budget, who design APBN, overall APBN, we have Fiscal Policy Agency, we have DG Treasury. This is the arm length of Ministry of Finance office in the regional offices. Okay, and outside Ministry of Finance, we have colleagues, right? Partnering with Ministry of Home Affairs, Bapenas, line ministries like Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, and of course, we have also partner synergize with our main stakeholder, which is subnational government. Harmonization, I'm talking harmonic as well as in the central government level. So again, this is very important, as I said, during the COVID-19 pandemic. So how we together in all levels addressing this COVID-19. I think for Indonesia case, I think we did quite well. We know in some countries, right, that because of this local government might be, I don't know, too independent, so it didn't work that well. So we were quite fortunate that we are able to have this very good coordination between local government as well as central government, so we are able to address this COVID-19 pandemic quite effectively. Last but not least, we're talking about inclusiveness. So going forward, we're talking about how to promote ESG concept. Okay.
Thank you very much. But could we please focus a little bit on this ESG, because this seems to be another innovation in the UU HKPD. So I wanted to ask you two last questions. Firstly, how are environmental, social, and governance provisions expected to be implemented going forward in the UU HKPD, and in particular tackling the some of the more thorny governance issues? You mentioned integrity at the beginning, how to deal with potential corruption issues.
Okay, I'll be very quick. So basically, again, now under Undang-Undang HKPD, so I think we can utilize this TKD, this transfer instruments, as a tool to promote this green economy at the local level by providing some incentive, for example. Now, in the central government level, we also have this project, what's so-called climate change budget taking. Okay, so with this budget taking, we know how much money do we spend in our budget to address this climate change. This is already done. Now we are in the process of budget taking for local government spending. So with that, we will know, right, that how much money have we spent to address this climate change, and of course, going forward, how we better design our policies in terms of budget allocation to address this climate change. We encourage this local government financing by having this thematic local bonds, green sukuk, green bond, SDG bond, and so forth. So the key here is that, of course, resource allocation. Some people think that addressing this climate change is costly, which is maybe true, right? However, we can also design a scheme in such a way how to compensate. We have some benefit. Now we have carbon market, for example. So now there are some creative ways, not just to focus only on the cost, but somehow we can package it in such a way that might compensate this higher cost because of this climate change. So we have to be creative. That's the point. And of course, our in central government we also stand ready for that. So the last question about governance. Again, this is very important. So some findings for our legal for our enforcement police, KPK, for example, show that there are more and more, let's say, cases, corruption cases in the regional level. So that's why governance is also something that we need to also pay attention, serious attention. So there are some ways. So for example, look, now under this new Undang-Undang KPD, we introduce what's called local financial management certification. So we want to make sure these local officers have competency, have capability in managing this APBD. And internal control. We have whistleblowing system in the central government. So this is something also can be replicated in the local government. And of course, digitalization using IT is it not only just simplify. It doesn't only simplify the process, but also some byproduct is it also can help us in promoting this governance.
But Eugene, thank you so very much. We talked about the past, the present, and the future of fiscal decentralization in what I feel has been a really rich overview. As I mentioned at the beginning, I learned from you 10 years ago. I learn again today, and I look forward to learning from you next 10 years. But Eugene, this is we have 3 discussants who are online, whom I will invite. But before doing so, I wanted to ask you whether you had any final words for the audience.
Thank you, Habib. So I myself feel very much privileged, but yet obligated to share our journey in fiscal decentralization with the audience internationally as well as with the domestic participants. I think in the next session we can learn from each other, and the objective again, how we always to improve the design, the formulation of policies as well as the execution. I would like to thank you, our partners, the World Bank, Swiss government, EU, European Union, as well as Swiss government for supporting this event. This event, for your information, is a part of Hari Uang. This is basically the anniversary of Ministry of Finance, 77th anniversary. This is the 30th of October actually. However, we at the Ministry of Finance have a series of events for the whole month, and one of them is this international seminar. Hopefully, this event is my session also can give you some additional perspective about how we at Indonesia have been undertaking this fiscal decentralization process. And of course, going forward, we always welcome any input, any feedback from all of you. Thank you, Habib.
Pak Luki, thank you very much. I would now like to turn to our first discussant, Mr. I would like to now turn to our first discussant, who is online, Mr. George Santoro, who is joining us, has taken the trouble to join us from Brazil. So it's very late in Brazil at the moment. Mr. Santoro is Secretary General of the Ministry of Transport in Brazil, but he was also the Secretary of Finance in the state of Alagoas. So he has both perspectives from central and local government. It's a great pleasure to have you with us, Mr. Santoro. So why don't I hand over to you for your comments. Unfortunately, we can't hear you, Mr. Santoro. I think you might be on mute. No, not yet. No, unfortunately not. I can read your lips, but I can't hear you.
Okay.
There you are. Very good.
Hi. Good morning. I would like to greet everyone in my friend Daniel Ortega staff. My name is Jorge Santoro. I'm the Executive Secretary of Minister of Transport in Brazil. However, I have worked in subnational governments. I will talk about the fiscal decentralization process in Brazil. Brazil is organized as a federative republic, both formally and today in practice in the country, one of the most peculiar fiscal decentralization process in the world is a beginning developed, starting with the current constitution, formalizing the federation as the union not only of states, intermediate governments, but also of municipalities, local governments. The Brazilian Federation is not very different from the general pictures of its economic, marked by striking difference. On the one hand, it boasts high rates of participation by subnational governments in the direct generation and even more so in the allocation of tax revenue, as well as in the expenditure on active personnel, other current consumption expenditures, and fixed investments, including managed budgets with the minimal interference from the central government. On the other hand, the country still presents glaring regional and family socio-economic disparities, pays a high financial cost to maintain national units and relations, and has complex and disjoint intergovernmental relations. Contrary to what is recommended by foreign theories and analysis, and also unlike other Latin American experience in Brazil, recent fiscal decentralization was initiated at the pinnacle in the midst of a extremely adverse scenario of political, economic, and social crisis. In another sense, the conceptual framework tends to recommend that national public finances are healthy and the economy stabilizes in order to begin a successful decentralization program in order to mitigate the costs expected in the transition period. Here, institutional change favorable to state of municipal finance were adopted since the end of the 70s and depends with the promulgation of the Constitution of the Republic of 1988, with the new fiscal financial scenario beginning. Consolidated in the first half of the night amid a very adverse environment, hyperinflation, recession, change of political regime, poverty, social debt. In Brazil, the basic motivation for fiscal decentralization was eminently political. In nature, the process was not determined by primarily technical interests. It did not start from any plan, much less those it pursued a deliberate economic strategy with well-defined policy, seeking greater efficiency and effectiveness in government actions. The constitutional change were linked to the country's redemocratization and impulse on the central government by the national legislative branch. It is worth repeating that a prior and orderly national plan was not drawn up to restructure the federation. Behind the general trends towards decentralization, there are very different movements in the redistribution of public resources. In vertical terms, almost all relative gains fell the local level of government, with little change in the position of the intermediate level, especially in the concept of available tax revenue, or collection plus minus constitutional transfers. In horizontal terms, most of the additional resources were allocated to state and the municipal governments in less developed regions, more than reversing in the division of available tax revenue and expenditure, the high concentration in its rich regions of revenue generation and domestic products. However, the fiscal decentralization introduced with the 1988 Federal Constitution was not accompanied by a strengthening of the fiscal autonomy of subnational entities. Over time, social rights were progressively expanding. Generation current expensive with roots a corresponding expansion of new sources of revenue. Furthermore, the constitutional text did not establish a clear division of responsibilities for the federation entities in relation to social rights. To cope with the progressive expansion of social spending, the federal government over the last few years has strengthened its fiscal situation by increasing the tax burden with social contribution. Subnational entities disregarding the possibility of the increasing efficiency in collect tax provides for in the Constitution become dependent of the intergovernmental transfers. If on the rent, democratic transition ensured by the 1988 Federal Constitution represent the transition from a closed and centralized political economic model to a decentralized democracy. On the other hand, the fiscal decentralization resulting from the process stimulate and increase in public spending and misallocation of resources, exerting advancing and hostile effect and economic growth.
Mr. Santoro,
subnational
Mr. Santoro, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I'm wondering whether you would mind wrapping up briefly, because we have two other discussants as well we would like to hear from.
I don't understand. Please repeat, please.
Sorry, Mr. Santoro. We have two more discussants, so I wanted to kindly request you, if you don't mind, just wrapping it up in 1 or 2 minutes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Santoro.
Okay. And to finance the increase in current spending and the public deficit, the tax burden was increased and the investment in infrastructure were reduced. The right tax burden reduced the profitability and the performance of companies, in addition to increase their costs, negatively affect their productivity, as several companies have reduced their size or gone to operate in the informal market of the economy. Unfortunately, Brazil has not made much advance in the recent years in the discussion of a very federative balance. However, we are in a legislative discussion process that will implement a broad tax reform in consumption tax. It is expected that from the implementation of dual VAT, federal government and subnationals, European standards, it will be possible to start a new process of discussion of fiscal federalism. Thank you.
Mr. Santoro, thank you so much, and thank you for taking the trouble to stay up so late to join us. We are really very grateful. Now I would like to turn to our second discussant, Professor Mobashir Monem, Professor of Public Administration at Dhaka University in Bangladesh. Professor Monem is also currently involved in fiscal decentralization, advisory and analytical work with the World Bank in Bangladesh. Professor Monem, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed. I would like to say good morning to all the distinguished participants of today's international seminar. And also I'd like to extend my congratulations to Mr. DG for his illuminating discussions. While he was having the discussion with Mr. Habib, I was really paying attention to it and trying to learn as much as possible. While I was listening to the discussion, it occurs to me that, as far as Bangladesh is concerned, if Bangladesh is to learn from the lessons from Indonesia's successful experiences with fiscal decentralization, this is going to be a daunting task, as Bangladesh is still at its the rudimentary stage of its as far as fiscal decentralization is concerned. I would first, talk about. I give you an overview, very brief overview of the local government systems that we have in Bangladesh, because most of the participants here, they probably do not have very clear idea about how local government is in Bangladesh. So the Constitution of Bangladesh which was framed back in 1972, that actually envisaged the creation of local government at each tier of administration. So following the Constitution, we have about 5 tiers of local government, alongside 5 administrative layers or tiers. So we have 2 urban local government. We call them city corporations or cities, big cities, and we have secondary cities. We call them municipalities. In our language, we call them Poroshobhas. Now, these 2 constitute actually the urban local government. So we have also rural local government, 3-tier rural local government, the district and at the sub-district level, and also beyond that, we have union positions. Now, the local government structure in Bangladesh is pretty complex and deconcentrated rather than devolved. So, if I like to make a comparison between the decentralization or fiscal decentralization in Bangladesh and then that of Indonesia, I think they are not comparable at all. Comparable. So in Bangladesh we have, as I have already found out that Indonesia is 13 times larger than Bangladesh. In Indonesia have 500 SNGs, while we have, it's a small country, Bangladesh is a small country, we have 150 local government institutions. And generally what happens is, it's a centralized country yet. Fiscal decentralization is, I think, going on, but in a very, I would say, at a snail pace. Successive governments in Bangladesh, they actually have not paid attention to this important area. Therefore, the central transfer, as far as the transfer is concerned, central transfer constitute about 95+% of the total budget of the local government. On the revenue side, what we generally see is that the central government controls the sources of revenue. So the local governments are not actually given the revenue autonomy, proper revenue autonomy. It's not properly structured. So even the sources from where the local government can collect the revenue from, that these sources get dictated by the central government. The rate of these taxes get dictated by the central government. Comparison between Bangladesh and Indonesia, I think making a comparison is pretty difficult. What I actually I would like to learn, or I'd like to actually find out more from Mr. DG and also from other participants. I have actually got a lot of questions, but I mean, at the initial era, when you actually moved from the centralized system to this big bang, the reform Massey period, of course, you had, as Mr. DG was saying, that they were not sure, what sort of implication this will have. But you still had the big bang. You went for it. You did not adopt the incremental approach, which many countries would have adopted. Now, of course, for this, a serious political commitment is necessary. In Bangladesh, we actually lack that. We have a decentralization system which is not as effective as it is in Indonesia, and we haven't got the functional assignments for local government right yet. We haven't got the revenue assignment for the local government right yet. Our local governments have overlapping functions because, as I said, functional responsibilities are not actually properly structured. What I mean, for example, I see that education and health, these two, for example, functions were given to three different tiers of local government. So it is their functions, responsibilities were given to them, but nowhere in the guideline, or there is no guideline, or no one actually knows who is supposed to do what. So that's the kind of decentralization we are having in Bangladesh. I know that the participants might think that I'm just trying to draw a very green picture of decentralization in Bangladesh, but as an academic member of academia, I think, and my association with local government, I think these are the ground realities. Now, I would like to see, of course, a proper fiscal decentralization happening in Bangladesh, of course, in future. And if we can draw lessons from Indonesia, I don't know why our government actually is not learning quickly from Indonesia, how they have made so much progress over 20 plus years, and this is fascinating, of course, for us if we could actually quickly learn this and also put these learnings into effect, lessons into effect, in order to improve the local governance in Bangladesh and fiscal decentralization also. Let me just share one or two points with you.
Professor Munim, I'm very sorry to interrupt you. Professor, if you don't mind just wrapping up in 1 or 2 minutes. We have one more discussant that we are. I'm sorry to press.
I'll just share for your, to put the things in perspective about the level of fiscal decentralization. If we consider the total expenditure of government, consolidated total expenditure, only about 3% of that goes to the local government of Bangladesh. And the rest, actually, most funds are actually spent in the local areas, but these are spent by the vertically by the line ministries, and local governments actually do not have any control over that. Another point is important. On the revenue side, as the revenue sources are dictated by the central government collects most taxes, and local governments are only given a few sources to collect tax from, and therefore we see, if we consider the total revenue collected in Bangladesh, probably local government's share would be not more than 2 to 3% in total. So you can imagine, of course, in terms of decentralization, where we are at this moment, and moving forward, I think decentralized. We have to pay attention to decentralization. We have to learning from Indonesia, from other countries like in India, from Kerala, from West Bengal's experience, and also other successful countries of the world who did well on the front of fiscal decentralization. Thank you very much indeed for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts. Thanks.
Professor Mariam, thank you so much. And you raised a lot of relevant points which maybe we could catch up on separately on learning from Indonesia. I'd like to now invite our final discussant, Mr. Salaindra Patnaik, Deputy Division Chief at the Fiscal Affairs Department at the IMF. Mr. Patnaik. It seems as though we might have lost connection. Okay. Pak Luki, we've reached the end of the session. I would like to thank Professor Monem and also Mr. Santoro again for kindly joining us online. And Pak Luki, thank you again for a very rich discussion on a really important area of reform. We have learned a lot, and thank you also to the distinguished participants and audience. We look forward to continuing the discussion during the day.
Thank you very much.
Ya, mari kita berikan aplaus kepada Bapak Dirjen dan Mr. Habib Rab.
Thank you, Bapak Luki and Mr. Rab. You may return to your seat now. Thank you.
Ya, mari kita berikan aplaus sekali lagi kepada Bapak Dirjen dan Mr. Habib Rab untuk fireside chat yang sudah dibawakan. Hadirin yang kami hormati, selanjutnya kita akan masuk ke dalam sesi dan diskusi yang kedua.
Pada sesi ini akan dilangsungkan diskusi panel dengan tema Emerging International Decentralization Challenges yang terdiri dari dua subtema dengan narasumber Profesor Paul Smoke dari New York University dan Profesor Sean Dougherty, Senior Advisor of OECD. Sesi ini akan dimoderatori oleh staf khusus bidang perumusan kebijakan fiskal regional, Ibu Titi Anas.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session and discussion will be delivered by two special speakers. And currently, the flow of this session will be guided by Ibu Titik Anas. Currently, Ibu Titik Anas is serving the Indonesian Ministry of Finance as a special advisor of the Minister of Finance for formulation of regional fiscal policy. She is also actively teaching as a senior lecturer in the Department of Economics, Pajajaran University, Bandung. She finished her bachelor degree at the University of Indonesia, as well as her master's and doctoral degree at the Australian National University. She also received the Australian Leadership Award for her doctoral degree. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Ibu Titik Anas.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. His Honorable Bapak Dirjen, Bapak Luki Firman. Selamat pagi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's such an honor for me to moderate this session. It's a very good follow-up of the key points that Pak Luki Alfirman already discussed in the previous session. I hope it's really firing us up. Indeed, it did for me, so that we can move and even accelerate our objective to reach our objective of fiscal decentralization, as Pak Luki already mentioned, to reach the economic decentralization. It's not only about fiscal decentralization. So today we are honored to have two distinguished speakers with us. One is joining from New York, I believe. So he will be joining us online. So let us check the voice and video first. Our first speaker will be Professor Paul Smoke. Professor Paul Smoke is currently the Professor of Public Finance and Planning and the Director of PNP-MPA at the Robert F. Wagner Graduate School of Public Service, New York University. He previously worked as a resident policy advisor with the Harvard Institute for International Development, where he worked for many years in Indonesia. I think we share the same institution a long time ago here. I sit in the building right across this building. Professor Smoke received his PhD in International Development from the MIT. Without further ado, let me invite Professor Smoke. How are you, sir? Can you hear me? We cannot hear you, but we can see you. So, can somebody help with the voice? Let's try again. Hello. Try again, sir. Yes, that's very good.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay.
Very good.
Okay, thank you.
So we are going to have two speakers in this session. We have 40 minutes altogether. If I may ask, can you speak for 15 minutes and then we go to the next speaker? We have 10 minutes discussion at the end. Is it okay?
Sure, that's fine.
All right.
I just want to share my screen.
All right. So let's start this session with Professor Smoke talking about the challenge that Pak Luki has mentioned some earlier. But let's hear from Professor Smoke of the challenge that he sees in our next decade of fiscal decentralization. The screen is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I wish I could be there. It's quite late back here, but I have a fairly broad task. I was asked to selected fiscal decentralization challenges and efforts to deal with them, which I see going on in various countries. So, of course, we've already heard that a lot of countries have pursued fiscal decentralization in recent years and really for decades. And a lot of these efforts have had flaws that countries have tried to deal with. And I think that in recent years, there's been quite a lot of growing interest because of local realities and global forces. Urbanization, the demand for better services, big infrastructure gaps, and global crises and development agendas like financial, climate change, COVID-19, the Sustainable Development Goals. The challenge to say anything very general is that fiscal decentralization is never that easy to talk about because the diversity of countries is so great and countries have to find their own path. The empirical evidence on what works is also diverse, sometimes conflicting, and hard to draw clear, actionable conclusions from. Really, as we've heard, I think, from previous speakers, appropriate policies and how to sequence them have to be country-specific. I think another thing that I've noticed over the years that I think is still a problem is that fiscal decentralization elements need to work together, but reforms are often fragmented. And subnational governments in any country are different, and this implies that there needs to be some type of an asymmetric approach, that one size doesn't fit all. So the challenges, and some of you may think these aren't the big ones, that I've chosen to take a look at are the need to expand subnational government development finance given the infrastructure gaps, the need to address climate change, and so forth. I think another thing that I see happening in a lot of places is countries struggling to get the right balance between central regulation and oversight and subnational government autonomy. I think there are also a lot of issues with the integration of fiscal and other elements of decentralization, and there are big challenges with enhancing local accountability that countries have been struggling with. And we heard some in various ways about all of these things this morning. So on the subnational development finance, of course, a lot of it comes from transfers, but debt is also important. Transfers dominate in middle and lower income countries, and subnational government borrowing is often limited. There are some exceptions, but I think this is a valid generalization. A lot of subnational borrowing in developing countries is concessional and issued through sovereign financial arrangements and special intermediaries. Now, this is fine to an extent, but finance that flows through the government is not going to be sufficient to meet the development needs of countries, of local governments in many countries. And it seems that transfers and concessional lending may be used more than is necessary. I'm doing some work with the International Finance Corporation right now, and these are just a few numbers. Subnational government share of total government expenditure is relatively substantial, except in the lowest income countries. And subnational government investment is even more substantial. But debt is only significant in high income countries, and all countries at all levels are fairly significantly dependent on transfers. And what this seems to imply in middle and lower income countries is that a lot of the investment is coming from the public sector, which cannot sustainably afford it. One of the things that I've been looking at in this work with the IFC is low borrowing middle income countries. And why are they low borrowing? Do they have smaller roles in the public sector? Is there a weak domestic financial sector market? Do they have an advantage due to weak sovereign credit ratings? The IFC has found that sovereign credit ratings are often fairly close to the best borrowing subnational governments, the most creditworthy subnational governments. Or do countries face constraints because of the lack or a deficient national subnational government borrowing framework? There are issues in these areas, but many of the middle-income countries that we looked at don't have problems. These are some of the countries that we looked at, and about half of them, including Indonesia, are quite low borrowing, subnational government borrowing countries. Yet subnational government expenditure is above the high income average in many of these countries. Capital expenditure share of subnational governments is above the middle income country average in many of these places. Transfers as a share of subnational revenue are high, so the revenues are there. Most of these countries exceed the IMF's Emerging Markets Financial Development Index, and several of them, including Indonesia, have sovereign investment grade credit ratings, and they all have basic borrowing frameworks. So what other factors might be affecting subnational government borrowing? Well, some of the frameworks are not sufficiently developed or objective, rule-based. Some people have argued that dominant public and concessional lending options and fiscal transfers may crowd out commercial borrowing even where it's possible, that secondary regulations can complicate the process, and that own source revenue constraints and challenges make subnational governments look riskier to potential lenders. So, I think that what I'm starting to see in some countries is the attempt to push creditworthy subnational governments to capital markets with appropriate regulation, of course. Why should they get grants or subsidized loans for self-financing projects? Less creditworthy subnational governments need some type of probably concessional finance from a subnational government financial intermediary like PTSMI in Indonesia. But the weakest subnational governments will continue to need grants, and there's going to be a need for other risk mitigation strategies like guarantees, bond banks, credit pooling. And so what I'm starting to see in a number of countries is an effort to distinguish between development investments that are self-financing or non-revenue generating and what is happening with the creditworthiness of subnational governments. And if you have a self-financing project that is in a highly creditworthy or comparatively speaking, then maybe you want to go more to the private sector. And if you're talking about non-revenue generating social purpose projects in a subnational government with low creditworthiness, then you may be focusing more on transfers. But I think getting this balance, getting the right spectrum of development finance mechanisms is something that many countries are struggling with. The second piece, and Madam Chair, please tell me if I'm going too long. I can stop at any time or speed it up. But I think something that countries are struggling with is balancing central and subnational government roles. The whole idea of fiscal decentralization is based on the potential advantages of subnational governments to better use resources for local needs. Now, there are a lot of assumptions around that, and national governments, of course, play an essential role. They have to provide a framework for subnational government action. There have to be accepted processes and standards, and getting the right balance in many countries has been elusive. And I think this is because the ideal goals of fiscal decentralization are about a system that is a long way from what exists in many middle and lower income countries. But decentralization often occurs too rapidly, as it did in Indonesia in response to a crisis. So it may move too quickly. And how do you, getting this right balance has been really a challenge. And what I've seen, some countries start with too much autonomy that local governments can't handle, and others with too little. And so a lot of countries are trying to address this imbalance when the consequences of the imbalance are recognized. In some cases, it involves reclaiming central control and things like performance-based transfers. In other cases, it involves enhancing subnational government authority where they're being too restricted by national governments. And just a really prominent example in this is that a lot of countries that started with a kind of a big bang decentralization often gave large unconditional transfers. But over time, they realized that they need to change the mix when basic subnational government services are not being provided. And of course, Indonesia is working in this area. But the question is, are these new arrangements to rebalance central control and local autonomy well designed? Are they productive or are they excessive? And just a couple of examples from countries I've worked in, both South Africa and Uganda started with unconditional transfers like Indonesia did when the DAK were barely in existence for some years. And both of them have increased it. But South Africa's done it in a very strategic way so that there's now a better balance between conditional and unconditional transfers. Uganda's gone over the top, and basically the transfers that used to be much more unconditional, it's basically like a budget template being provided to local governments. And that does not work because local governments are different and they shouldn't be spending the same shares of their budget in a particular sector in exactly the same way. So you need to really think about this.
Professor
The third
Smoke?
thing, yes?
Is it possible to wrap up in 3 minutes?
Sure.
Thank you.
I think that there's also a need to adequately synchronize the relationships and interactions among subnational government functions. We've already talked about transfers can weaken subnational government incentives to generate own source revenues and to borrow, and borrowing can be more difficult if subnational governments don't have sufficient control over resources because it's seen as more risky. But there are also other issues like a disconnect between subnational government development planning and budgeting. Priority projects that come out of planning processes don't end up in the capital budget, and those that do don't get sufficient funds for operation and maintenance. And so we're seeing, there's been this for a long time, but a lot more effort to put in genuine multi-year frameworks that better coordinate capital and recurrent budgeting and fiscal flows from different actors. A lot of effort in many countries on asset management, which is all about how do you, once you invest, how do you manage that asset and make sure there are the resources? And the last point that I will throw onto the table here, and others, Sean and Jürgen that follow me, can perhaps talk more about some of these things, is that a lot of what's going on to improve fiscal decentralization is about improving upward accountability. But local downward accountability is a foundational element of decentralization. Citizens have responsibilities to hold subnational governments accountable, and many people, there's research that shows that a lack of citizen pushing on local governments to do what they're supposed to do is a huge problem. And this is often overlooked in decentralization policy. It may not be the role of the Ministry of Finance, but somebody has to be thinking about it. And providing data, transparency, awareness, educational initiatives, and so forth, and incentive mechanisms that reward subnational governments based on performance, as Indonesia and many other countries are doing. One final thing I will say about this is that one of the interesting things I've seen in some countries is where the performance standards are negotiated with the local government. So it's not just the center saying do this, it's the local governments agreeing we can do this next year, we can do that the following year, and there's responsibility on them to then follow up on what they agree to. And there's some very interesting examples of this. And I think I'll have to stop. I've only been able to selectively cover a broad landscape of fiscal decentralization challenges and actions. I think that an integrated perspective is imperative. How do the elements fit together? Strategy is essential. Subnational governments in countries can be very different, and asymmetric treatment is often needed. And I haven't even talked about the political economy factors that some of the previous speakers have done. So thank you, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much, Professor Smoke. That was an excellent 4 challenges that you described. I think please stay online. We go for the next speaker first before we go to the discussion. Our second speaker is Professor Sean Doherty, if I pronounce it correctly. Professor Doherty is a senior advisor at the OECD, where he has 20 years of experience giving policy advice, focusing on emerging market economies. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Professor Doherty to the stage. Please, round of applause. Thank you. So, Professor Doherty, the podium is yours. Please share with us any work that you have done in the OECD about fiscal decentralization. Time is yours. 15 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I have the slides. Okay, perhaps they'll be up in a moment. I don't know if I won't be able to see them. I guess. Okay, no problem. Okay, I can stand up. Maybe I'll stand up. No, maybe they're coming up. Very good. Well, no, I think it's very happy to be here in Indonesia, also to hear about everything that's going on with the reform program. It sounds like there's really been a very long range of experimentation, from Big Bang reforms to much more subtle initiatives over the past 20 years, and a lot of important tinkering. Well, much more than tinkering. Often in the OECD countries, there's a lot more subtle shifts to the reform programs. I think I will. Perhaps I can just stand here and I can see the slides then.
So the monitor is off, so if somebody can help with the monitor, please.
Yeah, at the OECD we have, we typically share best practices across countries, and one of the key areas that we have shared good experiences is on fiscal reforms and on intergovernmental finance, and this is something that we do on a regular basis across all areas of government. But there's been a particularly strong focus in recent years on trying to find better regional balance and to find capacities that can, I would say, lead to more effective governance structures across all levels of government. And we've put together a number of handbooks and good practice guides. One of the recent ones was on making decentralization work. We also put out fiscal federalism last year. And these have developed a set of guidelines that I would say can be applied to different contexts and different frameworks and different levels of development. And they have, I would say, not one size fits all, but good practices that can work in different types of economies, whether they're large federal countries or smaller unitary countries that have different types of levers of decentralization, but things that work quite well. And I think I heard a lot of these principles reflected in the proposals and the ongoing reforms that the Director General presented earlier. But let me just highlight 5 key unifying principles. And one key one is to better align subnational spending with own source revenue. And that's basically putting the money where the services are delivered and allowing subnational governments to really be able to have their own resources that they can use to deliver services and have a good interaction with the democratic process as well, so that there's a kind of reinforcing role, so also responsibility, fiscal responsibility. But this also requires, I would say, fairly substantial tax autonomy, which I understand has been a struggle and is often a struggle for many countries at the local level. And so I'll say a little bit more about the composition of subnational revenues and some of the taxes and tax design approaches that can often help to make this happen. Because typically spending is more decentralized than revenues in most countries. The second broad principle is to really decentralize spending power and tax autonomy, and this is a little bit in the same spirit, but the key is autonomy rather than just assigning revenues or assigning spending. It's really giving regions the resources and the capacity to make their own decisions. So, for instance, I think Paul Smoke mentioned sort of a budget template that was a little bit overly rigid in some countries. It is important that they're tailored and that each region can focus its budget and its own capacities and resources on what its residents need to have better lives. And this also implies the need for fewer earmarked grants in general, although sometimes some guidance is appropriate. I was quite impressed with the design of the performance-based grants, particularly going forward here, where they seem very sophisticated and nuanced, at least on paper, in terms of what they may be able to deliver and incentivize, as opposed to having, I would say, a fixed boilerplate on in terms of assigning a specific share of revenue to one sector or another. Third broad area is to strengthen fiscal equalization systems, which can help to ensure that convergence happens in a fairly balanced way. Now, most decentralization systems try to avoid completely balancing all inequities because that can destroy incentives. You do want to have good performing regions to feel like they actually can benefit from their better performance, but at the same time you don't want to have regions going way out and not being able to pull others along. You want to foster convergence. So finding the right mechanism for that to allow for good services at least a basic level across all regions on perhaps a per capita basis is really a critical aspect as well. The fourth area is to delineate responsibilities and functions clearly, and I think we've already heard that a few times. Overlapping responsibilities can be really damaging for efficiency, and this is something that we advocate across all areas. I'll say a little bit more about health and education later. And the fifth area is to improve transparency, data collection, and performance monitoring, which is really just fundamental. And I think I saw the plans for a very nuanced data collection system across all levels of government and tailoring, and that's really important. And I think there's increasingly new opportunities also for deploying artificial intelligence to help support the deployment of this data at across all levels of capacity. And I think one of the interesting silver linings that we already see a little bit in the AI space is that lesser capacity individuals and potentially governments may actually benefit the most from AI. So that's kind of a silver lining that we haven't seen so much in the digitalization area in the past. Go on to the next slide, please. Just to maybe say a few words about the recent, we've just gone through a quite important period with multiple crises and particularly the COVID crisis. And I think that some of the aspects that I just mentioned, I think were reflected in some of the experiences that we had here, that supporting some national fiscal capacity is really critical. That includes often giving asymmetric capacity where it's needed. We saw that the pandemic didn't hit all regions equally, and larger cities were hit particularly hard in many cases, and they also needed to receive greater support. Delineation of responsibilities and cooperation across different horizontally as well as vertically is really critical, in ensuring accountability. And then thirdly, intergovernmental cooperation. This is something that we really can't say more about really because it's so really critical. And institutions that can help facilitate this type of cooperation are really important because politics fundamentally often is present. It's a driver often of fiscal decentralization. But it's also an important background, and that can be also, I would say, overcome to some extent with well-functioning institutions that work on intergovernmental as well as horizontal. The next slide, please. In the context of the crisis, we saw in many OECD countries that there was, I would say, a temporary suspension of the normal rules of operation. In many countries, there was a suspension of fiscal rules, and there were exceptional transfers made to subnational governments, which really helped us to get through the crisis and helped to ensure that the pandemic was dealt with in a good way. At the same time, with the pandemic essentially over, despite having other crises, in most OECD countries, these rules are coming back into play. The transfers have been slowed down dramatically because in some cases they were deemed to be perhaps overly generous. And central governments in many cases are already facing quite high debt burdens and are needing to tighten their belts, let's say, going forward. So this, I think, puts in place a quite difficult macroeconomic situation across all levels of government. And I'll say a little bit about the macroeconomic context because I think it's important to think about the challenges. I don't know that much about the Indonesian context in terms of whether you're facing the same kinds of problems, but some of these issues I think are something to really be considering given the macroeconomic context with higher interest rates and higher borrowing costs going forward. Let's continue, please. The next slide. Just as a way of background, in a typical OECD country, you have, to some extent, decentralization of different aspects. There's a lot of heterogeneity. Tax revenues tend to be the least decentralized. Debt, somewhat similarly, with only a certain number of countries giving a significant amount of borrowing autonomy to their subnationals. Generally, they tend to be larger federal countries, but there are also other exceptions as well. And I think that this is also an important source of potential reform going forward. And I understood that there was thoughts about how to do this and also manage the risks. Expenditure is often much more decentralized, and investment perhaps the most decentralized area of expenditure. Next slide, please. The tax revenue base, I think, is really important to think about. There, often we highlight property taxes as the signature subnational tax. It's often a local tax in particular, and we often support and advocate for recurrent property taxes because they have nice properties, efficiency, and even distribution. And they also tend to have nice buoyancy properties that can help to ensure relatively stable revenue basis for subnational governments. However, they're politically extremely difficult, and many countries run into roadblocks when they try to introduce these types of reforms. So they don't really represent a very large share in a typical OECD country. However, income taxes often play a very strong role. Sometimes these are collected by central governments, and there's a top-up that's shared with subnational governments. And then another important area, particularly in federal countries, is that GST or value-added taxes are shared, often using an explicit formula with subnational governments. And this can also have nice distribution and equalization type of properties as well. And these are the key sources of revenue. So I think it's important to consider this kind of, I would say, menu of options when you're thinking about encouraging subnational governments to boost their revenues, and also avoiding some of the, let's say, more distortive type of taxes. Sometimes energy-type taxes may not be the most efficient, at least the old-fashioned ones. Going forward, I think, thinking about carbon taxes, and I understand there's actually a carbon tax meeting going on just today, actually, here, and some of my OECD colleagues are also out for that discussion, and that's, I think, something also to consider. They may be potentially something that could be shared even with subnationals. Perhaps there could be some interesting design features that may be helpful, especially in the transition period towards a more lower carbon economy. Let's proceed to the next slide, please. I won't say too much about this slide, but we had done quite a bit of analytical work in the context of the OECD's network on fiscal relations, trying to assess the buoyancy of different types of taxes at different levels of government. And as I mentioned, some of the key bases for subnational governments often tend to be more stable types of taxes, so this can have some nice properties. It also can help us to actually make better estimates of subnational finances, which can help to monitor risks in a more effective way. So let me actually, the next set of slides, just say a little bit about the macroeconomic context and our outlook. We've developed a new product looking at intergovernmental fiscal outlook that we update now every 6 months on the base of our OECD's economic outlook, global economic outlook. Next slide, please. One key thing that I think that was really particularly important and was consistent with this so-called buoyancy story that I just mentioned is that subnational finances were much less affected during the recent macroeconomic shocks than central governments. So that happened not just on the revenue side, but also on the expenditure side. And that helped to, I would say, avoid, combined with fairly generous transfers from central governments that have now been eased off. Overall, I think they've been doing pretty well in most countries, and that's quite an important piece of information to think about. And there's only a few exceptions where countries either clawed back those transfers more quickly or reinstated fiscal rules more aggressively. Next slide, please. This just shows quite a wide range of diversity of transfers from central governments to subnationals, where there were a few exceptions that were quite a bit smaller types of support from central governments. Next slide. Next slide. Just a little bit of context. You can see that we went through quite a dramatic macroeconomic shock during the COVID crisis, with some countries really having very massive downturns, but also pretty strong rebounds in many cases. And now we're still in quite a heavy adjustment period, and the macroeconomic context is really evolving. Next slide. And so the growth outlook has has deteriorated quite a lot over the past couple of years, despite obviously a big rebound post-COVID. It's improved slightly this year, but it seems to be possibly getting worse next year with inflation, while moderating, not falling quite as much as we hoped, and the likelihood of persistent higher interest rates to be more next year. And so our estimates of loan growth revenue has been revised across the G20 countries, which we monitor in the interim outlook. And this is, I would say, it's more fine tuning in many ways. The U.S. has done, I would say, better than expected, as well as Germany and some of the other G7 countries. But then a few of them not doing quite so well. I think China's outlook has been, I would say, disappointing compared to a lot of estimates. It's been such a major driver of growth. That's quite a major concern. Next one, please. So, given that situation, it's continued. The situation, I would say, continues to evolve. This just gives an overall summary of the forecast. The next slide. With policy interest rates, as you can see, really elevated, and I would say persistently elevated, and long rates also potentially continuing to rise. I would say even since this slide was put together, that's, I think, something of a real concern as we look at the composition of debt across countries, particularly the term structure of that debt, and that includes for subnationals. We're doing a project right now that will be discussed in our next annual meeting of our Network of Fiscal Relations, that will think about subnational debt and debt structure and how those risks can be, I would say, better managed going forward. Because of the sort of the degree of composition, for instance, of floating rate debt, some countries have a lot more floating rate debt, so they've already faced some of these tensions and are having to manage them already. But others, I mean, a typical country that has more fixed rate structure may have a more delayed reaction or response to those term structure. Next slide, please. And a related point is that some of the short-term expenditure pressures can remain, may be able to have been helpful to mitigate some of the effects of inflation, but a lot of these measures were I would say, extremely blunt, and a lot of the price support was targeted. This includes a lot of energy support measures, and so the OECD has been advocating quite strongly to make these measures much more targeted and nuanced, and that includes across all levels of government. And otherwise, they can become particularly costly, and they also have some, let's say, negative effects on incentives for, let's say, transition to a lower carbon economy. And next slide. And just the last couple of slides here. Some of the major expenditures that have been facing the OECD, I mean, with the recent war, Russia's war against the Ukraine, we saw a wave of refugee flows and a lot of excessive enhanced costs for absorbing them, and I would say dealing with the energy crisis. And so this is actually has been faced by quite a few local governments in a few particular countries that were more on the east of Europe. And this is something that I would say has had a very big effect on the overall macroeconomic scenario for quite a few local governments. And then I would say on longer term, on education has been a high priority. Now, education is organized differently in a lot of different countries, but it does tend to be quite decentralized in quite a few countries, and that has been a challenge for some national budgets. This is something that I would say is a major challenge going forward. Of course, different countries have different demographic profiles, so they may or may not be facing higher budgets going forward. Health and long-term care are major problems in most countries, and they are likely to be even more persistent problems going forward. In terms of debt sustainability, having sufficient revenues. And so we've been looking at revenue structures that can support in terms of those. Let me go to the next slide, please. The next one. Let's get this slide. Next slide, please. Let me just say one more important comment. We've done some empirical work on looking at the efficiency of and the cost burdens of different degrees of decentralization across OECD countries. And one of the things that I think was one of the more interesting findings that we published in a couple of journal articles has been that a certain degree of decentralization can really improve outcomes. This was looking at health systems across OECD countries. So not just in improving outcomes measured as in terms of boosting life expectancy, but also in terms of actually reducing costs. So that's, I think, a really important silver lining of the decentralization process. But it's also, there's some caution here, and as you can see, we call this the fish diagram because there's two inverted U's, or an inverted U and a regular U. One of them is expenditure, that's the red one, and the other one is life expectancy, that's the green one. And it's basically saying if you go too far with decentralization, you get perverse results. I think it's an important warning. You see, let's say, excessive fragmentation. For instance, if hospital care is overly specialized in the wrong place, you get just not necessarily good outcomes because the right types of doctors and facilities aren't in the right places. But then you may get some economies of scale at certain levels if you can find the right balance. So you do find that often in OECD countries, they go through waves of reform where they decentralize and then they re-centralize partially and then they decentralize again. So this kind of, I would say, rebalancing is common. So don't feel that that's admitting some major defeat. I think it's about finding your local and your optimum at a given point in time, the way the political environment as well as. Let me go to the last slide, just to summarize a few key messages, which I think we'll hear more about because I think the World Bank has done this recent review of the Indonesia system. We're happy to look more carefully at it ourselves at the OECD and engage with Indonesia going forward. But in terms of our economic outlook and our desk back in Paris, have some important messages that I think resonate some of the findings that we've seen in some recent work in Indonesia, which I think just help to crystallize what we've already heard and also some of the key messages. And these are just three broad messages. One is really just to promote fiscal sustainability at all levels of government. This really includes strengthening capacity as a nationals to manage fiscal affairs, despite different degrees of capacity. So this implies asymmetric decentralization where appropriate, performance-based grants where they can be absorbed way, and to some extent certain kinds of well-designed transfers to help support those governments that haven't yet developed capacities. Second is strengthening the alignment of fiscal policies and objectives, and this is really about the whole intergovernmental fiscal transfer system, the design of grants, the design of implementation mechanisms, and ensuring that the governments have the right incentives to deliver good quality services throughout the major sector. And third, just to improve the overall efficiency and effectiveness, especially public spending reviews, careful budget management, and includes particularly fiscal transparency, accountability, and all of this. Thank you very much. One last slide, which is
want to end the presentation. Big of applause for Professor Doherty. Thank you so much for excellent presentation, Professor. Let me invite again Professor Smoke to the screen. We invite one or two questions from the audience, a quick one, and address to which speaker your question will be. Quick question, one from this side, Bapak yang baju coklat. One from that side, any? If there is anyone from that side, yes, please identify yourself and to whom the question is addressed. Silakan, Pak.
Thank you, Ibu Titi. for the opportunity. My name is Hijrah from DG Fiscal Balance. My question is for Professor Paul Smoke. Professor Paul, at the end of your presentation, I had some interesting concept of asymmetric. You mentioned about the combination between bottom-up and top-down approach, where development targets are not set only by central government, but also set by the local. So my condition is, there are two questions. How to assess the proposed targets by the local government is good enough, and the second one, how to bind the agreed targets. As you know, so the both parties, central governments, example, commit with both the fundings, and local governments commit to achieve the targets. There are two questions for me. Thank you, Bang.
Thank you so much. Professor Smoke, are you still there? Would you like to take the question? Yes. Can you hear the question? How do we assess the target from the local government that they can meet?
Yes, I mean, I think that the kind of process that I was talking about needs to be based on guidelines. So there has to be some standard types of expectations that you want all local governments to be able to do. But the challenge is that because of capacity issues, because of lack of resources and so forth, they may not be able to immediately do things. So the idea is to have a standard set of targets, but to work with the local governments in order to have a trajectory, a sequencing, a timing of how you're going to get to certain targets. This can be more work, I think, but it's also true that Indonesia does not, for a country of its size, have that many local governments. There are much smaller countries that have many more local governments. So I'm not sure. I couldn't hear everything that you were asking because the sound was breaking up. But I think that it's not that you just come up with a set of something that a local government wants to do. There's a set of expectations that all local governments should be heading in the direction of, and it's more about prioritizing what can realistically be done in the next year, in the next 2 years. And again, the difference with this kind of approach is that it gets around the problem that a lot of local governments feel that central governments are being paternalistic to them without really understanding their situations. If they agree to do certain things, then the responsibility is on them.
Thank you so much, Professor Smoke. You catch the question very well. Thank you so much, sir. The second question for Professor Doherty, please.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nama saya Dahlan dari pemerintah Kabupaten Wajo. Pertanyaan sebenarnya ini bukan pertanyaan, tapi ini mohon kebijakan dari Bapak Dirjen terkait dengan DAU Ermar. DAU Ermar yaitu di bidang pendidikan, bidang kesehatan, dan bidang infrastruktur, terutama itu yang 3. Terakhir itu tanggal 5 Oktober untuk syarat penyaluran, untuk batas pelaporan.
Maaf Pak, pertanyaan buat pembicara ada?
Ada.
Silakan.
Saya lanjut untuk Pak Dirjen dulu. Ini mohon kebijakan dari Pak Dirjen bahwa kami di daerah agak kewalahan memenuhi batas akhir tanggal 5 Oktober itu. Mohon kalau bisa diperpanjang atau dikurangi persentasenya. Jangan 75% Pak, cukup 50% untuk syarat salur tahap ketiga. Kemudian apa yang disampaikan tadi oleh pembicara terakhir bahwa untuk desentralisasi fiskal kami sangat setuju kalau PPN itu dibagi hasilkan juga ke daerah. Mudah-mudahan ini bisa terwujud dalam waktu dekat ini. Hanya itu Pak, terima kasih.
Okay. Terima kasih banyak Pak. So the question is, or the comments is about the value added tax. He thinks it's a good idea to also shift with the subnational government. What do you think about it?
It's a very popular arrangement. I would probably single out the Australian example. I think is one that's particularly relevant. It has provided a very stable and reliable source of revenue, and it's also facilitated, I would say, a very effective fiscal equalization system in the Australian context. That said, I do think there's some trickiness in terms of finding the right balance between incentives and fairness. And one of the ways that that's managed is by having a well-functioning intergovernmental institution. So in Australia, for instance, the Productivity Commission, the Commonwealth's Grants Commission, form continuous as well as ad hoc investigation evaluations of the system to try to improve it. So I think that's one benchmark example. And another one, I think that it's also maybe even more relevant is the Indian example, where GST has been introduced gradually, but then quite more rapidly over the past few years. And there were a lot of, I would say, questions about implementation and about coverage and about rates. And the way they solved that was by developing a quite elaborate institution, the GST Council, which meets at a senior political level and actually works out these problems. And actually, there was initial disappointment with the revenues that were obtained through GST and the amount of sharing with subnationals, but the more recent evaluation is much more positive and it's even quite enthusiastic among Indian states. So that's to reinforce the reform.
Thank you so much, Professor Joharti. Unfortunately, due to the limited time that we have and the packed agenda that we have towards the end of the day, unfortunately, I have to close this session. Please join me to thank all the two speakers, Professor Smoke and Professor Joharti, that already share some valuable insights for us to move forward with our fiscal decentralization. Please round of applause for our two speakers.
Thank you.
Sekali lagi marilah kita berikan aplaus untuk Ibu Titik Anas, staf khusus bidang perumusan kebijakan fiskal sektoral Kementerian Keuangan, dan juga Profesor Paul Smoke and Profesor
Sean Dougherty from OECD. Thank you so much.
Selanjutnya Bapak dan Ibu, kita akan masuk ke dalam sesi dan diskusi yang ketiga dengan tema Lessons from International Experience for Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the third session, we will be covering two more topics about fiscal decentralization. The first topic is about fiscal decentralization challenges in Indonesia, that will be delivered by Mr. Jurgen Blum, Senior Public Sector Specialist of World Bank, while the second one, Professor Bert Hoffman from East Asia Institute, National University of Singapore, will be talking about fiscal decentralization and economic development. Are there lessons from China to Indonesia? This last session will be moderated by Professor Raksaka Mahi.
Professor Raksaka Mahi is a professor at the Department of Economics, University of Indonesia. He has 30 years of experience in research in economics, mainly on the topics of public finance, taxation, government spending, fiscal decentralization, and regional autonomy. To Professor Raksaka Mahi, the floor is yours.
Pak Dirjen, ladies and gentlemen, would like to welcome all of you in the third sessions. So I think in the previous sessions, we have heard and listened from the Professor Paul Smook and Sean Dougherty on the long-standing and emerging decentralization's challenge in international perspective. In this session, we would like to have and listen from two experts, as already mentioned previously, Professor Bert Hoffman and Jurgen Blum. And this is interesting session actually, because we can learn from these two experts, the one that already experienced Indonesia in the beginning of decentralizations, which is Bert Hoffman, with the famous phrase of Big Bang decentralization. And we can also listen from the person of Indonesians observer and also expert on the present situation. This is Jurgen Blum. I would like to start with the first presenter, Jurgen Blum. He is currently in Germany, but he would like to present and discuss with us about his view on what are the main challenges for Indonesian fiscal decentralizations. Because he is coming from the World Banks, and he will give analysis based on what his team has been working on the decentralizations for the past few years. So I would like to introduce Jurgen Blum. He is a senior public sector specialist at the World Bank Indonesia. He has been working with the World Bank for 13 years. And prior to joining the World Bank, Mr. Blum also worked at the OECD. Mr. Blum has the degree from the Harvard Kennedy School of Governance. So without further ado, I would like to ask Jurgen to present his observations on the current challenges of fiscal decentralization in Indonesia. Time is yours.
Selamat siang, Pak Luki, Professor Mahi, representatives of local government, of academia, and other distinguished participants. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here. And let me share my screen. I hope you can see it well. So my slightly daunting task today is to summarize Indonesia's fiscal decentralization challenges in 10 minutes. But let me start by saying that Indonesia's decentralization over the past 2 decades is really one of the great development success stories. And we heard it of fragmentation that we referred to that were prevalent in the late 90s have largely subsided, and also if we look at the quality of local governance as reflected in audit reports, then today the vast majority of local governments receive unqualified audits. So across a number of dimensions, this certainly is a success story. Now I was hoping to start with a big picture view of Indonesia's trajectory, but Pak Luki has already very eloquently summarized this. And I think Indonesia's trajectory echoes what Professor Smoke said, right, that there was a big bang, not a gradual decentralization at the beginning, and then there was recalibration over time. So what I'll focus on in these slides are three central challenges that the UU-HKBD is designed to address and that Pak Luki already referenced. One is to strengthen equity of the intergovernmental fiscal system, and the second and third are to improve the quality of subnational spending and to strengthen accountability in relation to that. So the three questions that I'll speak to briefly are: one, regarding equity, how to stay the course of balancing the needs of populous and remote regions in reforming, especially the decentralization grant that they are. The second is how to address the root causes of persistently low quality of spending. And the third is how to strike the right balance between top-down and bottom-up accountability, which is also a question that Professor Smoke referred to. Now, first on equity, there are a number of positive trends to note. There is some but mild convergence in service delivery access, so significant disparities remain. There's also some reduction in fiscal inequities, as reflected, for example, in the GDP ratio of per capita expenditures. And some national governments are increasingly relying on own source revenues, in particular due to the decentralization of the property tax in 2001. Now, despite these positive trends, if we look at indicators of service access, we see the strong overall positive trend, but around this average, there are still large persistent disparities. We see that for an index of services across sectors, and if we unpack that for individual sectors, sectoral indicators such as junior secondary school enrollment, we also see these persistent disparities. So the key question is, why do these disparities persist? Now, one factor that contributes is the inequitable allocation of total revenues per capita across districts, and these inequities are largely in relation to the size of local governments. So what we see is that small local governments on average have, or the bottom quintile essentially on average has about 4 or 5 times higher total per capita revenues than the most populous quintile, even though populous urban areas are home to the majority of the poor and are of course also important growth engines. So increasing the revenues in populous districts and equalizing the total revenues per capita better certainly remains a challenge that is important to address. Now, the UHKBD has laid a very good foundation for that, in part by defining fiscal needs on a per client basis, which basically helps drive allocations towards the more populous districts, while also introducing adjustment factors that allow to take into account the higher costs of service delivery in remote areas. And this is very important to strike that balance between meeting the needs of populous areas, but also taking into account higher costs of delivery per client in remote areas. Now, one message that is key from international experience is that with hold harmless provisions, as Indonesia has put into place and as many other countries have put into place, it is a very long transition process towards the point in time when the new formula actually fully applies. And during this long transition, it's very important to stay the course, meaning to use the incremental growth of the transfer or the DAU pool fully for redistribution under the constraint of hold harmless, and to carefully stay away from across-the-board increases, which may be politically attractive, but will further extend the trajectory towards greater equalization. So staying the course towards applying the new formula is very important. Now, a central other factor beyond the inequitable allocation of total per capita revenues is certainly the quality of spending. Now, spending does translate into better service access, but that relationship is very weak in Indonesia. You see it here in this scatter plot. You see the change between 2001 and 2020 in real health expenditures, and the related change in births attended by skilled health workers. And you see that the relationship between spending and health services measured by this indicator is quite weak. And more generally, we find that a 1% increase in total spending per capita is only associated with a 0.14 percentage point increase in service access. So a key question and concern is, why is this relationship between spending and access so weak? Now, we did some empirical analysis on this question, and I wanted to share some key findings from that. So this analysis points to three main factors of why the quality of spending is low in the subregion. The first is that in districts where there is corruption based on corruption convictions in the last year, the relationship, basically there is no statistically significant positive relationship between spending and service access. Whereas in districts where there's no such corruption, that relationship is statistically significant and positive. So clearly focusing on strengthening accountability can be instrumental to improving the quality of spending. Now, second, and very importantly, more discretionary fiscal space, so giving subnational governments spending autonomy, improves the quality of spending in high-capacity districts. So again, in high-capacity districts, we see that positive relationship between spending autonomy and service access, whereas we don't see it in low-capacity districts. And this points to the importance of carefully introducing asymmetric reforms, such as the DAU earmarking, in order not to unduly curb the spending autonomy of subnational governments that actually have the capacity to make good spending decisions. And finally, we see that, of course, the design of fiscal transfers matters. In particular, there's strong evidence that the basic allocation, so the earmarking of part of the DAU to civil service expenditures, has set a perverse incentive for subnational governments to enlarge their civil services, which, as Patrick mentioned, is a concern in terms of spending efficiently. Now, again, care needs to be taken in strengthening the performance orientation of transfers, because the devil is in the detail of getting the design right. Now, I've mentioned the importance of accountability in improving the quality of spending, and here the key question is how to balance top-down and bottom-up accountability. Now, it's worth reminding ourselves, and Professor Smoke already mentioned this, that a core idea underlying decentralization is that it's easier for citizens to hold their leaders to account if they're close to them. It's easier for citizens to monitor them. But sometimes this relationship of accountability does not work as well as we hope, including because patronage politics may lead politicians to serve the interests of a narrow constituency rather than deliver broad public goods. Now, rather than thinking about how the central government can substitute for this essential bottom-up accountability through top-down accountability, a useful question to ask is what the central government can do to strengthen this bottom-up accountability. And I'd just like to briefly point to three avenues. One is to boost citizens' access to good information about their district's performance. And this is an area that the Ministry of Finance is already working on. And just to highlight a few elements of this, one is to strengthen subnational fiscal information, so what subnational governments spend on, and in particular to strengthen the subnational chart of accounts. So at the moment, it is very hard to answer a simple question like, how much are different districts spending on stunting interventions? Because each district classifies those stunting expenditures under different sub-kegiatons or sub-activities and program classification. So it's apples and oranges because different districts use the chart of accounts differently. And in working towards a more harmonized usage would allow to compare expenditures across the districts and benchmark this. The second concern is that sectoral performance data that is administratively reported is often unreliable. And one indication of that is that about a quarter of districts report immunization coverage rates of over 100%, which shows that the denominator of immunizations to be done may need strengthening. So combining performance and expenditure data can be a powerful way of strengthening citizens' ability to hold local governments to account. The second element can be to strengthen the fiscal contract and basically strengthen subnational government's reliance on own source revenues. And one avenue for this we have discussed, I will not go through this in detail, with the Ministry of Finance already, could be to introduce piggybacking on the personal income tax once reliable data is available on where taxpayers live. Now, lastly, top-down reforms can help support this bottom-up accountability. And as mentioned, it's important to carefully introduce asymmetry in the fiscal transfer system and the performance orientation. Let me stop here in the interest of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we already listened from Jürgen about 3 challenges on the fiscal decentralization in Indonesia at present. So for the next presenter, I think we would like to invite Professor Bedhoff. Please. First of all, Professor Beethoven would like to give some insights about his experience in implementing fiscal decentralization in China. So without further ado, Professor Beethoven is currently director of the East Asian Institute at National University of Singapore and professor in practice at Lee Kuan Yew School of Government. And he has been in Indonesia also in the beginning of the decentralizations, and he was also the World Bank country director for China from 2014 to 2019. So without further ado, please, Professor Beethoven, to present your results on China. There is a problem.
Sekarang jalan. Terima kasih. Bapak-bapak, Ibu sekalian, saya senang kembali ke Departemen Keuangan. Selamat siang dan Assalamualaikum. Now, my Indonesian is not yet good enough to continue. Saya mohon maaf, tapi saya hanya satu bulan kembali ke Jakarta, terus harus belajar lagi. So I'll speak in English. And on the case of China, I was asked to draw some lessons, and frankly, drawing lessons from China is incredibly complex because China is a very complex country. Of course, it's of great interest to many countries around the world because it has grown so rapidly, and it seemed that decentralization or local governments have played a tremendous role in achieving that growth. And that's correct. Local governments have been a big driver of growth in China. Not without its problems, and in a context that is so unique that it's hard to draw lessons. But I do want to draw some lessons in the end for Indonesia after I have talked through some of the idiosyncrasies. Let me see whether this works. I just say next slide. All right, first the basics. I'll go through the slides quite quickly. I hope you get them distributed. If not, feel free to contact me. I'm sure somebody will have my email. China's a big country, 1.4 billion people. It has 30 provinces plus four provincial level cities or municipalities. And below that, it has about 3,000 subnational entities. When I say I will do whatever you want. So, 40 years of China in 10 minutes. So the decentralization as such was an absolutely integral part of China's reform since 1978. Next slide, please. The consequence of decentralization of powers that Deng Xiaoping started in 1978 was first a collapse of government revenues. And by the mid-1990s, when I started working on China, China was really facing a fiscal crisis. It had a major intergovernmental fiscal reforms of 1994, and those have been the reforms that basically have driven much of the success since. The reforms introduced a value-added tax, the reforms introduced tax sharing system instead of tax contracting with subnational governments, and the reforms basically gave stronger incentive for local governments to pursue growth and revenues in a very particular way. The 1999 reforms and the 1995 budget law that was passed forbade local governments to borrow. I know that borrowing is now being brought into the picture in Indonesia. During the Big Bang reforms of 2000-2001 in Indonesia, borrowing was also heavily restricted and basically made impossible. In Indonesia, it was for the fear of macroeconomic instability. And mind you, that was understandable because in 2000, Indonesia just was coming out of a fiscal crisis, out of a big macroeconomic crisis. So there was an enormous reluctance to give borrowing rights to local governments. I think we're now in a very different situation. You can now use that space, if you want, that is there to kickstart a lot more development at the local level in Indonesia. In China, there was officially no borrowing, but the magic was that de facto there was an enormous amount of borrowing at the local level. So local governments were basically held responsible for the performance of their economy in their municipality or in their county level, and that of course required a lot of borrowing for making infrastructure. The way that was financed was absolutely crucial and quite difficult to replicate in Indonesia. What the Chinese city in general did was to convert land from rural land to urban land, from undeveloped land to developed land, and accommodate a very rapid urbanization process. And with the profits on the land made, infrastructure was financed. And when that was not enough, land was used as collateral for bank loans of special entities, local government financing vehicles, not local government, but local government financing vehicles of budget financing of enormous amounts of borrowing. For a long time, that went very well. But since about 5-6 years, when the economy started to slow down, local government borrowing has increasingly become a problem. And frankly, it is now one of the major constraints on policy actions in China. Next slide, please. Next slide. You can see that all in detail. I'm not going to go into the next slide. And the next slide. So this, given that we were talking about sharing of taxes, this is basically still the structure that was designed in 1994 of allocation of taxes to subnational governments, share taxes, and central taxes. The surprising thing is that most of the major taxes in China, the value-added tax, the corporate income tax, the personal income tax, they are shared between central government and local government. More so, the value-added tax and the enterprise income tax is shared on a derivation basis, i.e., if you collect value-added tax in one municipality, that municipality gets a share of that value-added tax. If your corporations in your municipality make a profit, you get a share of that profit as a local government. Don't ask me how that is administered. As a matter of fact, it's a huge issue, and it can't be done perfectly. But just imagine the incentives that come from that tax sharing. So local governments cannot set tax rates. Local governments actually hardly have a property tax either. But what they can do is get a big share of the taxes generated broadly in the area of responsibility of the province or the municipality. As economists, I have to say that that is an invitation to an enormous amount of distortions, and there's no question about it that there are lots of distortions in that system. But once you start thinking about how big, it's largely the province that accrues the subnational share, and then the province shares further with the municipalities. The municipalities, they share more with the county level or the district level. So it's lots of sharing, but the main entity is the province. The province is 55 million people on average. This province of 100 million people. So the size of those provinces are really quite large. Nevertheless, it is distortionary. And one of the big distortions, or one of the big downsides of the system, is the fiscal inequality between provinces. And if you go down below the province, between the county levels, where most of the service delivery takes place. Because if you get most of your money from derivation, not from equalization, rich provinces, they have lots of land revenues, they have lots of value-added tax, lots of corporate income tax, and they can deliver a tremendous amount of services. Poor provinces, poor counties are far worse off. This was a deliberate policy choice. When Deng Xiaoping said, some may get rich first, he was actually talking about provinces. Some may get rich first, and then can help others to get rich too. I think we're now in that phase, and currently the policies are much more towards a centralization, towards an increase of equalization among not just the provinces, but among the sub-provincial entities, and a much stronger national influence on subnational policies. In part, you see that reflected in the fiscal structure. Rather than the tax sharing, it's now increasingly an equalization grant is becoming a more important financing, and earmark grants for specific purposes in poor areas, such as health, such as education, are also now becoming important fiscal tools in China. Next slide, please. So I saw that in Indonesia now 40%, around 40% of total spending is at the subnational level. In China, it's 85%. And you can see how exceptional China is, really. And so getting all that money down to the county level, where is really the center of spending in China. Next slide. Next slide. Apart from this huge amount of decentralization, you also see that an increasing share of subnational governments, as I said, is financed by transfers, and transfers of all kinds, equalization transfers, earmark grants for specific purposes. And as a fact, if you really start looking, the central government spending only 15% of total spending in the country, it transfers more to subnational entities than it has in tax revenues. Central government borrows to top up the transfers to subnational entities. That's quite something. So with increasingly, rather than a revenue sharing dependent country, it's increasingly becoming a transfer dependent country. Not for the Shanghais of the world, not for the Beijings of the world, but for most other provinces, they increasingly rely on transfers. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. Now, and here you see this further sub-provincial decentralization. And unfortunately, we only have data till 2012 because China stopped publishing the data. And it's an enormous effort to actually get these data down. I didn't do it, Professor Christine Wong did that. But you find increasingly it's not the province that spends, but it's the municipality, but increasingly the county level that actually delivers the services. And there's a rationale to that, because since sort of the mid-2000s, when the fiscal crisis was over, China started spending more money on education, on healthcare, social welfare. China was also increasingly aging, and therefore pension payments started to become important. All of these were at the subnational level, particularly the county level responsibility. Next slide, please. So you see the intergovernmental composition of spending, well, aside from defense, most of it is indeed subnational and very decentralized. In the last 10 years or so, the central government is trying to re-centralize, and one can debate whether social security is now still a local responsibility or whether it's a central responsibility. And gradually the center is trying to claw back. On education, because more than half of education spending in the country is now financed by an earmark grant from the central government, we can also say it's maybe increasingly a central responsibility, and that would make sense. Now, how does this all work? I have many more minutes, 1 more minute? Well, it doesn't work through local accountability. It works through a very strong upward accountability of local government leaders that are all members of one party. Not of 27 parties, not of FIDIA, one party. And so the whole system works because we're talking about China. And the whole system, we talked about incentives. Well, the local accountability incentives are not there. The upward accountability incentives are very strong. The central party leadership tells you what performance looks like. And if you want to make a career, if you want to go from a county to a municipality to a province and maybe to central government, you have to perform well. And so the party evaluation system is a very elaborate system that evaluates local party leaders, by and large in very developmental categories, by and large in stuff that you would say, well, Indonesia would have those goals as well. but it's the mechanism by which the central party objectives gets translated into action on the ground. One of the big problems, and I won't have time to show, one of the big problems with this financing of a lot of this development, which is an integral part of the objectives of the party, is that by now China has a local government debt problem that is meeting quite a big risk for its overall development trajectory at this point in time. So it's great news that Indonesia is looking at local government borrowing as a tool for subnational development. It's a tool that should be used with care. Terima kasih banyak.
Thank you, Professor Verhoeven. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to apologize for because of the time limit. So we cannot accommodate Q&A for the sessions. But however, we are very grateful to have what is the two lessons. One is from Jürgen Bloom about the Indonesian experience of fiscal decentralization so far, which is, I think, he spotted like three challenges, which is if we listen from him is about equity, quality of spending, and accountability. And Professor Verhoeven, from his experience in China, he also raised about several points that probably can be considered by the governments, how to implement further fiscal decentralizations. Among others is share taxes, which is relatively high in China. And also, like lastly, the last one is about financing. So I think we can follow up with discussion later on. Yeah. Hopefully, there will be a time for us to discuss with Professor Verhoeven and also with Jürgen Bloom. And I think we can finish our discussion right now. And let us give us applause to our distinguished speakers. Thank you.
Sekali lagi mari kita berikan aplaus yang meriah baik kepada moderator kita, Profesor Mahi, dan juga speakers kita.
Indonesia, the world's future fourth largest economy, preparing the future where it can support the global and local stronger and more inclusive development. World's largest ecology country with 542 local governments. Land of diversities, yet also land of inequalities. The gulf between the city with the highest human development index of HDI versus the lowest one. The nation where the effort to even out the development is tremendously needed. For that reason, the government funds should be allocated and spent in the best interest of the people. To make it happen, the quality of regional spending needs to be improved, especially the budget for essential services, namely education and health. To ensure the local government spending, which is the closest to the local communities, leaves no one behind. In 2018, 118 local governments did not allocate the 20% of regional budget for education, and 26 local governments did not allocate 10% for the health budget as mandatory spendings. The lack of compliance in fulfilling these mandatory expenditures is due to inadequate data and monitoring tools for evaluating the fulfillment of these obligations. This might hinder the achievement of the national development targets and the positive contribution of Indonesia to the global SDGs milestones. Creating proportional government spending on essential services and improving local capacity for tax and other revenues collection can be enhanced through the implementation of Artificial Intelligence as Financial Advisor or IFA to strengthen policy framework on local government spending. Each local government is assisted by a personalized advisor who will give them exclusive recommendations based on their local financial conditions. The IFA model encourages evidence-based improvements in regional financial management as a catalyst in achieving various indicators, such as alleviating poverty through increased spending on education and health, increasing the effectiveness, accountability, and transparency of the public through open data, strengthening regional fiscal independence, and monitoring of other regional budgets, such as spending on the environment and gender equality. The provision of financial advice can also be used as a means of harmonization and collaboration of policies between the central government and local governments. This innovation also improves public accountability and transparency by providing a real-time and easily accessible data to the public. By implementing IFA, the quality of local government spending can be improved significantly. The adoption of IFA also encouraged greater financial independence of the local governments. IFA encouraged the well-governed, transparent, and accountable expenditures of the local governments. It also promoted a better economy for the nation to embrace the future where Indonesia can contribute better for the development of the global economy.
Dengan model begini yang dari Kementerian Keuangan ini kami ambil positifnya, dampaknya apa? Serapannya. Saya kan berpikir serapan atas dana yang didapat dari Kementerian Keuangan.
Untuk penggunaan dalam penyusunan PDB maupun PDRB, selain itu juga untuk penggunaan full sequence of account, data yang kami peroleh itu sangat tepat waktu, sangat cepat.
Indonesia, the world's future fourth largest economy, with a better management of local expenditure, is ready for the future, where it can support a stronger and more inclusive global and local development.
Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, mohon izin kita sedang menunggu kehadiran Menteri Keuangan dan Menteri Dalam Negeri Republik Indonesia. Kami ucapkan selamat datang kepada Menteri Keuangan Republik Indonesia Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati beserta seluruh jajaran.
Dan kami ucapkan selamat datang juga kepada Menteri Dalam Negeri Bapak Tito Karnavian beserta jajaran.
Serta kami ucapkan juga selamat datang kepada para kepala daerah yang telah hadir di acara ini.
Dana desa. Dana desa yang bersumber dari APBN telah berkontribusi dalam mendorong kemajuan desa dan menurunkan kemiskinan. Jumlah desa tertinggal menurun secara signifikan. Desa mandiri meningkat dari 6.237 desa pada tahun 2022 menjadi 11.445 desa pada tahun 2023. Kemiskinan perdesaan juga semakin menurun. Jumlah penduduk miskin perdesaan menurun dari 14,34 juta orang pada Maret tahun 2022 menjadi 14,16 juta orang pada Maret tahun 2023. Dalam rangka peningkatan kinerja tata kelola keuangan di desa, pemerintah mengeluarkan kebijakan alokasi tambahan dana desa sebagai insentif bagi desa. Sebesar 2 triliun dari APBN dialokasikan kepada desa berdasarkan pemenuhan kriteria utama yaitu desa bebas dari korupsi dan capaian kriteria kinerja yaitu kinerja keuangan dan pembangunan desa, kinerja tata kelola dan akuntabilitas keuangan desa, serta peraih penghargaan dari kementerian atau lembaga yaitu 1. Anugerah Desa Wisata Indonesia tahun 2022, 2. Desa Digital tahun 2023, 3. Desa on Village on Produk tahun 2023, 4. Pemenang Kepala Desa Perempuan Inspiratif tahun 2022, 5. Desa Percontohan Anti Korupsi tahun 2021 sampai dengan tahun 2023, 6. Desa Devisa tahun 2022 dan tahun 2023 yang diresmikan sebelum tanggal 30 Juni tahun 2023. Jaga terus kinerja, akuntabilitas dan transparansi. Fokus pada program dan kegiatan yang berdampak pada peningkatan kesejahteraan masyarakat, serta libatkan masyarakat dalam pembangunan desa.
Insentif fiskal tahun anggaran 2023. Berdasarkan Undang-Undang Nomor 1 Tahun 2022, insentif fiskal dapat diberikan kepada daerah atas pencapaian kinerja berdasarkan kriteria tertentu. Pada tahun anggaran 2023, pagu alokasi insentif fiskal sebesar 8 triliun rupiah, di mana 4 triliun rupiah dialokasikan berdasarkan kinerja tahun berjalan yang dialokasikan dalam beberapa periode. Insentif fiskal kinerja tahun berjalan ditujukan untuk mendorong daerah melakukan langkah-langkah cepat untuk mendukung prioritas kebijakan nasional di tahun 2023, diantaranya pengendalian inflasi, percepatan belanja daerah, dan penggunaan produk dalam negeri. Berikut merupakan alokasi insentif fiskal kinerja tahun berjalan yang dialokasikan pada bulan September 2023. Adapun untuk jumlah daerah terbaik per kategori sebagai berikut. Dengan adanya insentif fiskal ini, diharapkan dapat memacu daerah lain untuk meningkatkan kualitas pengelolaan keuangan daerah, kesehatan fiskal anggaran pendapatan dan belanja daerah, serta pelayanan dasar publiknya.
Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, saat ini marilah kita dengarkan laporan yang akan disampaikan oleh Direktur Jenderal Perimbangan Keuangan Kementerian Keuangan, Bapak Luki Alfirman. Kepada Bapak Luki, kami silakan.
Yang kami hormati Menteri Keuangan Republik Indonesia, Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati, yang kami hormati Menteri Dalam Negeri Republik Indonesia, Bapak Tito Karnavian, para pejabat dari Kementerian Keuangan, Kementerian Dalam Negeri, perwakilan dari mitra, dari pemerintah Swiss, dari pemerintah Kanada, dari pemerintah EU, dari World Bank, para kepala daerah penerima dari insentif fiskal tahun 2023, kepala desa penerima insentif fiskal desa untuk tahun 2023, para speakers, moderator dari seminar internasional hari ini, Bapak Ibu sekalian, selamat siang. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera kita semua, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Alhamdulillah, pertama tentu saja kita panjatkan puji syukur ke Allah Subhanahu wa taala karena atas rahmat hidayahnya kita bisa menyelenggarakan seminar internasional pada hari ini berjudul Indonesia Fiscal Decentralization. Kegiatan kali ini merupakan salah satu upaya mewujudkan penyusunan kebijakan desentralisasi fiskal yang berkelas dunia. Pada kesempatan seminar hari ini, sejumlah negara sahabat dari perwakilan dari Swiss, dari Brazil, dari Bangladesh telah menyampaikan pemikirannya, termasuk juga apresiasi atas reformasi Fiscal Decentralization di Indonesia. Pengakuan kualitas kelas dunia tersebut disampaikan juga tadi dari perwakilan dari OECD, dari World Bank, dan tentu saja mereka juga menyampaikan beberapa masukan rekomendasi untuk perbaikan pengelolaan desentralisasi fiskal di Indonesia ke depannya. Jadi mulai seminar ini kita mengharapkan adanya terjadinya pertukaran ide, gagasan, pemikiran, serta informasi sehingga kita sebagai pembuat kebijakan dapat lebih baik lagi untuk bisa merancang, mendesain kebijakan desentralisasi fiskal ke depannya seperti yang menjadi cita-cita kita semua. Jadi catatan juga kita baru saja Indonesia meluncurkan undang-undang HKPD, dan undang HKPD itu juga banyak dibahas, termasuk juga sisi positif, sisi negatif, mungkin beberapa hal yang perlu menjadi perbaikan, jadi concern kita bersama. Nah, sebagai bagian dari pelaksanaan seminar internasional kali ini, kita juga menjaring ide dan gagasan baru melalui pengadaan garaan call for paper. Kita jadi membuka semacam kompetisi untuk yang melibatkan PKN STAN dan juga Bank Dunia dengan mengundang para penulis dari Kementerian Keuangan. Jadi partisipannya itu datang dari berbagai eselon 1, dari DJPK, DJPB, BPK, DJA, DJPPR, BKF, dan PKN STAN sendiri. Atas kegiatan ini telah terpilih 3 pemenang, Bu Menteri, untuk base paper yang akan kami mohonkan Presiden Bu Menteri nanti untuk bisa memberikan penghargaan kepada 3 pemenang tersebut. Bu Menteri Keuangan, Bapak Menteri Dalam Negeri, Bapak Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, pada kesempatan ini juga sekaligus akan diberikan penyerahan insentif fiskal kepada daerah yang mempunyai kinerja terbaik dalam tahun berjalan. Tadi dalam video sudah disampaikan, dalam APBN tahun anggaran 2023 dialokasikan insentif fiskal untuk penilaian kinerja tahun berjalan sebesar 4 triliun, di mana untuk kategori kinerja penilaian inflasi sebesar 1 triliun dan untuk kinerja peningkatan kesejahteraan masyarakat sebesar 3 triliun. Insentif fiskal untuk kategori penilaian inflasi diberikan dalam 3 periode. Periode pertama telah diberikan pada tanggal 31 Juli 2023 kemarin. Pada periode kedua ini diberikan juga insentif fiskal sebesar 330 miliar kepada 33 daerah yang berdasarkan hasil penilaian memiliki kinerja baik dalam penilaian inflasi, baik di level provinsi, kabupaten, dan kota. Rencananya untuk periode ketiga akan dilaksanakan pada akhir Oktober 2023. Untuk kategori peningkatan kesejahteraan masyarakat berdasarkan PMK tahun 97 2023 dan PMK 350 tahun 2023 dialokasikan sebesar 3 triliun diberikan kepada 7 provinsi terbaik, 21 kota terbaik, dan 97 kabupaten terbaik. Dengan rata-rata daerah mendapatkan alokasi sebesar 9,4 miliar dengan alokasi sebesar 25,4 miliar dan terendah sebesar 5,32 miliar. Dan kinerja untuk kategori kesejahteraan masyarakat meliputi kinerja pemerintah daerah dalam hal penurunan kemiskinan ekstrim, penurunan stunting, penggunaan produk dalam negeri, dan percepatan belanja daerah. Bu Menteri Keuangan, Bapak Menteri Dalam Negeri, Bapak Ibu sekalian, selain insentif fiskal kepada pemerintah daerah, provinsi, kabupaten, dan kota, kali ini juga kami akan memberikan tambahan dana desa sebesar 2 triliun pada tahun 2023 ini. Tambahan dana desa ini sebagai insentif kepada desa yang memiliki kinerja terbaik. Terdapat 2 kategori yang menjadi indikator penilaian, yaitu kategori kinerja pemerintahan desa dan kategori penghargaan desa dari kementerian lembaga. Total penerima alokasi tambahan dana desa adalah 15.097 desa dari total 74.954 desa penerima alokasi dana desa atau sekitar 20% dari total desa yang tersebar di 434 kabupaten kota. Hal ini menjadikan tambahan desa tersebut menjadi suatu hal yang kompetitif tapi sekaligus juga prestisius. Secara rata-rata, desa tersebut menerima 132 juta dengan alokasi tertinggi sebesar 174,64 juta diterima oleh 34 desa. Alokasi terendah sebesar 35 juta diterima oleh 106 desa. Ibu Menteri, Bapak Menteri Dalam Negeri, para Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, pada kesempatan ini telah hadir kepala daerah pemenang insentif fiskal untuk kategori pengendalian inflasi periode 2 dan kategori kesejahteraan masyarakat untuk pemenang 2 indikator sekaligus, yaitu penggunaan produk dalam negeri dan juga percepatan belanja, serta perwakilan dari 3 desa penerima tambahan desa tertinggi. Bu Menteri, Pak Mendagri, Bapak Ibu sekalian, demikian laporan yang bisa kami sampaikan. Untuk selanjutnya, kami mohon perkenan Bu Menteri Keuangan dan Bapak Menteri Dalam Negeri untuk dapat memberikan arahan bagi kami semua dalam rangka penguatan pelaksanaan desentralisasi fiskal di Indonesia untuk melanjutkan dengan pemberian penghargaan kepada pemenang call for paper dan juga insentif fiskal dan terakhir juga tambahan dana desa. Kami berharap tentu saja penyelenggaraan seminar hari ini dan pemberian penghargaan kepada para Pemda dan desa dapat menjadi bagian upaya kita bersama dalam mewujudkan cita-cita kita untuk menjadikan Indonesia yang lebih maju, adil, dan makmur. Terima kasih, demikian bisa kami sampaikan. Bila taufiq wal hidayah, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Terima kasih kepada Bapak Luki.
Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, selanjutnya pada kesempatan ini marilah kita ikuti sambutan yang akan disampaikan oleh Menteri Dalam Negeri Bapak Tito Karnavian. Kepada yang terhormat Bapak Tito Karnavian, waktu dan tempat dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Yang saya hormati, senior memang dalam urusan pemerintahan maupun dalam usia. Ibu Menteri Keuangan, Bu Sri Mulyani, saya panggilnya Mbak Yu biasanya. Kemudian rekan-rekan pejabat utama Kementerian Keuangan, Pak Luki, international speakers or international audience, please let me speak the rest in bahasa since majority of audience in this room is Indonesian speaking. Kemudian yang saya hormati Bapak Ibu sekalian, pertama-tama saya mengucapkan apresiasi yang sangat tinggi kepada Kementerian Keuangan yang telah menginisiasi seminar tentang desentralisasi fiskal Indonesia yang jauh berpikir ke depan, next decades, beberapa puluh tahun ke depan. Kemudian yang kedua, saya mengucapkan terima kasih juga karena telah diberi kesempatan berbicara dalam seminar yang prestisius ini. Karena ini memang beririsan dengan tugas-tugas Kementerian Negeri sebagai pembina dan pengawas pemerintahan daerah. Kita melihat bahwa ada terjadi perubahan paradigma yang sangat penting bagi negara ini ketika terjadinya reformasi 98, 99 dari paradigma yang highly centralized menjadi partly decentralized. Saya mengatakan totally decentralized karena kita lihat bahwa sebagian kewenangan masih berada di pusat ya. Ada urusan pemerintahan yang absolut 6 mutlak, pertahanan keamanan, kemudian fiskal moneter, kemudian justisi, keagamaan, politik luar negeri. Samping itu juga ada urusan-urusan yang berhubungan dengan masalah persatuan bangsa yang disebut urusan pemerintahan umum. Ini juga menjadi tanggung jawab pemerintah pusat. Sementara untuk urusan yang berhubungan dengan yang lain yang didelegasikan ke daerah ada 32 urusan, baik yang wajib maupun yang optional, tergantung karakteristik daerah masing-masing. Di sini kita melihat ada fenomena yang menarik dari tahun ke tahun, dari tahun 99 sampai sekarang terjadi tarik menarik untuk mencari format yang terbaik. Kewenangan sebesar apa kewenangan yang didelegasikan kepada daerah dan kewenangan apa yang tetap dipegang oleh pusat dalam 32 urusan itu terutama. Misalnya saja masalah pertambangan tadinya diserahkan kepada bupati pada waktu awal bupati kepala daerah tingkat 2 di awal reformasi, terjadi permasalahan-permasalahan, izin banyak sekali keluar, tidak mengindahkan aspek keselamatan lingkungan, terjadi bencana banjir longsor, ditarik ke tingkat provinsi. Tingkat provinsi kemudian mengalami banyak problem, ditarik lagi ke tingkat pusat. Nah, ini hanya satu masalah bidang. Masih banyak bidang-bidang lain, termasuk bidang perairan dan lain yang menjadi masih tug of war, tarik menarik, turf war antara central dan local government, dan local government bagi lagi antara provinsi, kabupaten, kota, dan sekarang adanya undang-undang tentang desa, jadi disebutkan salah satu insentif fiskal dana desa. Desa juga kemudian memiliki seperti kekuatan tersendiri untuk menjadi sistem pemerintahan terkecil, dan bahkan telah diberikan dana desa. Niatnya sangat baik, Semira. Tapi yang ingin kami tegaskan bahwa kita berada dalam mencari format seperti apa desentralisasi pemerintahannya, dan ini sangat berpengaruh kepada aspek-aspek lain dalam pemerintahan, termasuk masalah fiskal dan keuangan. Kita sedang mencari format. Undang-undang sudah lahir yang terbaru, hubungan keuangan pusat daerah HKPD, yang diinisiasi oleh Ibu Menko. Kami kira beliau banyak pengalaman di bidang itu, tapi kita terus mencoba trial and trial dan berusaha beradaptasi dengan perubahan-perubahan lingkungan, termasuk lingkungan sosial, politik, dan ekonomi. Nah, dalam konteks ini Kementerian Negeri tentu sangat bersinggungan, beririsan dengan tugas-tugas dari Kementerian Keuangan dalam konteks keuangan daerah. Oleh karena itu, banyak tugas-tugas juga yang diberikan kepada Kementerian Negeri untuk mendukung tugas-tugas dari kementerian di bidang ekonomi. Di antaranya lah mengenai masalah inflasi. Karena sebagian besar dengan desentralisasi kita yang terbatas atau yang sebagian kinerja inflasi nasional ditentukan oleh daerah.
Oleh karena itu tiap minggu kita melaksanakan rapat koordinasi untuk inflasi secara detail. Ini sesuai arahan dari Bapak Presiden. Dan alhamdulillah memang inflasi relatif terjaga, kami kira dari September tahun lalu 6%, sekarang ke angka 2,28%, meskipun kita perlu waspada terhadap beberapa komoditas yang masih ada kenaikan, tapi kita berusaha terus untuk menekannya. Yang kedua adalah mengenai perintah dari Bapak Presiden untuk mendorong produksi dalam negeri, yaitu belanja produksi dalam negeri (PDN). Dan ini kami bekerja sama dengan seluruh kementerian yang terkait, mendorong daerah juga untuk melakukan pembelian barang negeri dalam negeri. Dan ini saya kira untuk realisasinya sudah mencapai 61% dari target yang ditentukan oleh pemerintah, yaitu sebesar 451 triliun. Kemudian kita juga dapat tugas yang lain, dan ini memang sudah kewajiban kami dan selalu pasti akan di double check oleh Kementerian Keuangan, khususnya Pak Luki, yaitu belanja daerah, realisasi belanja daerah. Kami selalu menyampaikan, Ibu, setiap kami datang ke daerah, bahwa belanja pemerintah adalah belanja utama, apalagi daerah-daerah yang PAD-nya, yang APBD-nya rendah dan masih pemekaran. Ini belanja daerah betul-betul yang PAD-nya rendah, berarti suasananya nggak hidup. Mereka hidup hanya dari uang pemerintah. Nah, oleh karena itu, apalagi pemerintah kalau kita bedah lagi, isinya sebagian besar uang pemerintah itu untuk belanja pegawai dan belanja barang jasa untuk pegawai juga. Terus kemana untuk rakyatnya gitu? Itu punya problem juga. Makanya ada kebijakan dari Kementerian Keuangan, Ibu Menteri Keuangan, untuk melakukan earmark pendidikan, kesehatan, lain-lain. Itu menurut kami lah langkah-langkah yang sangat positif sekali. Jangan sampai nanti hal-hal yang sangat mendasar itu kemudian menjadi tinggalkan, sibuk untuk membelanjakan bagi pegawainya sendiri. Nah, sekarang belanja pegawai sudah mencapai 61,68%, lebih rendah dibanding tahun sebelumnya. Ini juga sering kami dorong juga dengan berbagai jurus. Kalau tahun sebelumnya 67% di waktu yang sama, kita baru 61%. Justru COVID malah naik setelah COVID, malah harusnya lebih kencang lagi nih, malah kurang gitu. Nah, inilah satu performa dari pemerintah daerah yang menjadi tanggung jawab kita semua, termasuk Kementerian Negeri. Nah, salah satu memang cara untuk mendorong pemerintah di tengah daerah, di tengah sistem yang desentralisasi ini, itulah menciptakan iklim kompetitif. Karena teman-teman pemerintah daerah ini biasanya yang ditakutin cuma dua, Bu. Yang satu adalah aparat penegak hukum, kalau terkena kasus hukum, kena OTT, itu paling ditakuti. Nomor dua adalah kalau takut pada rakyat ketika mau pilkada, elektabilitas. Nah, tapi ada tiga lagi. Yang ketiga takutnya sama Ibu Menteri Keuangan kalau dananya dipotong gitu. Kalau bahasa mereka, Bu, dirasionalisasi. Tapi bahasa lapangan mereka kalau ngomong dipotong gitu. Itu takut juga. Jadi politik anggaran Ibu Menteri Keuangan ini powerful untuk mengendalikan daerah. Oleh karena itu salah satu adalah mekanisme lah iklim kompetitif, di samping memberikan award itu mereka terima, Bu, senang hati, Bu, pasti. Piala-piala diterima senang hati, karena tadi kami sudah sampai Ibu. Sekarang Ibu dapat foto dengan Ibu Sri Mulyani didampingi Mendagri, foto 1 jam sudah viral di daerah masing-masing. Ya, naikin elektabilitas. Ya, entah TikTok apa segala macam keluar tuh. Iya, nah itu piala. Tapi akan lebih mantap lagi. Yang paling mantap selama ini pengalaman saya sebagai Mendagri ke daerah, yang mereka tunggu tuh bukan hanya piala, semua piagam. DI, dana insentif daerah, DID dulu. Insentif daerah, kenapa? Dapat 2. Dapat juga dia piagamnya, dapat fotonya, dan kemudian dapat lagi uangnya betulan. Apalagi daerah yang betul-betul dia daerahnya itu mengandalkan PAD-nya 5%, 2%, itu uang 5-10 miliar really matter for them. Jadi terima kasih banyak atas acara ini, karena acara ini adalah di tengah-tengah seminar ada acara pembagian insentif daerah ini, insentif fiskal khusus mengenai masalah inflasi. Mudah-mudahan nanti inflasi kita makin lebih terkendali, karena kami juga selalu bacain Ibu, tiap minggu bacain 10 tertinggi, 10 tertinggi, 10 terendah, itu juga pengaruh. Tapi yang insentif fiskal lebih pengaruh lagi Bu. Yang kedua ya tadi terima kasih banyak juga untuk produksi dalam negeri tadi, kita harapkan nanti akan meningkat. Dan yang terakhir tadi dengan belanja kami juga akan ngejerin daerah-daerah yang rendah-rendah belanjanya, kita akan kejar supaya betul-betul uangnya dibelanjakan untuk uang ada yang beredar di masyarakat, memperkuat daya beli masyarakat, sekaligus juga menstimulasi swasta. Terakhir juga untuk tunjangan insentif fiskal untuk desa juga pasti berpengaruh sekali, karena mereka juga kalau dapat uang sebesar itu juga sangat berarti bagi mereka. Sekali lagi terima kasih banyak. Semoga inisiatif ini akan dapat membuat Indonesia lebih baik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak Tito. Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, selanjutnya pada kesempatan yang berbahagia ini, marilah kita simak sambutan yang akan disampaikan oleh Menteri Keuangan Republik Indonesia, Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati. Kepada yang terhormat Ibu Sri Mulyani, waktu dan tempat kami silakan.
Terima kasih. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Shalom. Yang saya hormati Bapak Menteri Dalam Negeri, Pak Tito Karnavian, karena selalu manggil saya Mbak Yu, jadi saya manggilnya Pak Dinda ya Pak ya. Pak Tito itu luar biasa. Para pejabat dari Kementerian Dalam Negeri, Kementerian Keuangan, para international speakers dari seminar, kemudian para pimpinan daerah yang hadir pada hari ini yang akan mendapatkan penghargaan, baik itu provinsi, kabupaten, kota, dan bahkan sampai desa. Alhamdulillah kita hari ini bertemu, ada dua hal. Yang satu adalah menutup International Conference, yang tadi Pak Tito, saya itu senang sekali punya teman, sahabat, dan partner Menteri Dalam Negeri yang memiliki visi, punya intellectual interest, curiosity, dan benar-benar menggerakkan Kementerian Dalam Negeri berpartner dengan kami untuk making sure bahwa pemerintah daerah dengan anggaran yang diberikan, dengan kapasitas dan tentu saja leadership di daerah betul-betul bisa menjalankan tugas yang tidak mudah tentunya. Dan Pak Mendagri itu mungkin maybe the only Mendagri ya yang ngurusin inflasi sekarang itu ya, tahu tentang harga cabai, WA-nya dengan saya mengenai naiknya harga beras. Jadi it's quite remarkable attention-nya dan atensi Bapak Mendagri yang mengurusi hal-hal yang tadi dari mulai sangat dasar konseptual mengenai desentralisasi atau dilema dan finding the right balance between central government dan local government role, dan itu tidak akan pernah selesai ya Bapak ya. Setiap masa dan setiap pemerintahan pasti nanti akan mencari equilibrium baru. Dan pada saat yang sama, dari mulai sangat konseptual dasar mengenai desain central dan local government role, sampai kepada yang sangat hilir, yaitu incentivizing, motivating, monitoring, going to the masing-masing pemerintah daerah untuk making sure mereka bekerja dan menjalankan amanah dan juga tugas mereka di dalam melayani masyarakat di daerah. Ini sesuatu yang luar biasa. Jadi saya berterima kasih sekali Pak Tito atas partnership dengan Kementerian Dalam Negeri. Saya bertepuk tangan untuk Pak Tito. Kalau saya boleh bisa memberikan penghargaan, ya penghargaan pertama ke Pak Mendagri dalam hal ini untuk tadi berbagai macam performance. Yang kedua, kami juga sangat senang bahwa pemikiran mengenai desentralisasi itu terus-menerus direkalibrasi. Karena there is no one formula, one prescription yang kemudian akan bisa jalan atau fit with the situasi yang kita hadapi. Seperti yang tadi disampaikan Pak Tito, untuk masalah kewenangan yang didelegasikan yang kemudian harus direkalibrate berdasarkan situasi. Kita sudah dengar banyak hal, masalah air tadi disebutkan Pak Tito, masalah transportasi saja sekarang. Karena kota ke kota, kabupaten ke kabupaten, provinsi ke provinsi itu makin berhubungan, apalagi dengan infrastruktur yang sekarang sudah dibangun, sehingga mobilitas masyarakat tidak lagi bicara saya KTP Bekasi, Tangerang, Jakarta, atau mereka menjadi sangat mobile. Nah, kalau mereka disekat-sekat oleh pemerintah daerahnya, ini akan menjadi transaction cost yang terlalu besar dan menimbulkan persoalan, tidak hanya beban pada masyarakat, juga pada akhirnya performance dari ekonominya menjadi tidak baik. Lama-lama nanti kita akan melihat antara daerah-daerah harus bekerja sama. Di sisi lain, undang-undang mengenai desentralisasi fiskal baru saja kita update dengan undang-undang HKPD yang tadi sudah disampaikan di dalam Pak Luki maupun di dalam penjelasan awal. Nah, jadi ini menggambarkan we continue learning and improving. Pak Tito mungkin tidak sadar ya, di ruangan ini ada Pak Bert Hoffman. Dia dulu di Bank Dunia dan dia yang melahirkan undang-undang desentralisasi fiskal yang mengadvise pemerintahan reformasi awal, Pak, yang disebut Big Bang approach. Disebut Big Bang karena Indonesia nanti bisa jadi balkanisasi karena pecah, karena waktu itu very centralized kemudian decentralized, sehingga pertanyaannya could we continue still united? Makanya part of the blame adalah ke Pak Bert Hoffman waktu itu kalau something went wrong or went right. Nah, di dalam continuous journey ini kita terus saya berterima kasih, appreciate many of the international organization yang interested dengan Indonesia mengenai bagaimana Indonesia continue improving hubungan antara pusat dan daerah, baik secara pemerintahan tadi yang disampaikan oleh Pak Tito dan juga dari sisi fiskal. Ini adalah dua hal yang satu mata uang. Jadi satu sisinya adalah gambarnya Pak Tito, sisi lain adalah saya. Jadi kalau Pak Tito bilang Bu Menteri Keuangan itu hebat, sebetulnya mau bicara Pak Tito juga hebat gitu. Karena itu adalah the same coin yang ada dua sisinya. Pemerintahan dan fiskal itu adalah satu dan kita seiring. Makanya kalau dua kementerian ini yaitu Dagri dan kami bisa bekerja sama sangat sinkron, termasuk nanti dari sisi sistemnya, sistem keuangan daerah dengan sistem pemerintahan daerah bisa bagan akun standarnya juga synchronize. Ini nanti tinggal dari Kemendagri melihat dengan dashboard yang sama, penekanannya pada pemerintahan, kita dashboard yang sama, kita lihatnya pada performance keuangan, it's gonna be beautiful. Dan ini hanya karena leadership dari Pak Tito untuk make it happen dan kita berusaha untuk membangun fondasi itu. Terima kasih sekali lagi Pak Tito dan jajarannya yang luar biasa untuk kami. Yang kedua, siang hari ini kita akan memberikan, jadi yang pertama tadi saya tutup ya, thank you for the international speakers yang exchange view experience dengan Indonesia, dan Indonesia actually can export our experience back, karena kalau ngelihat banyak negara yang lain juga banyak yang kocar-kacir juga hubungan pusat dan daerahnya. So we should not just learn, tapi kita juga provide a lesson from Indonesia, which is bagus ini untuk terus memperbaiki efektivitas. Nah, the second part of dari acara siang hari ini adalah pemberian penghargaan yang tadi telah dijelaskan secara baik oleh Pak Luki dan dielaborasi juga dan ditekankan oleh Pak Tito mengenai pentingnya ini. Satu, bahwa pemerintah daerah sekarang diberikan banyak insentif di dalam rangka memberikan motivasi doing the right thing. Ini sebetulnya itu bagus. Dari tadi masalah inflasi, kemudian penggunaan produk atau konten dalam negerinya di dalam belanja APBD-nya, dan juga ada stunting dan kemiskinan ekstrim. Ini nanti pemberian penghargaannya bersama dengan Pak Wapres. Saya mohon mungkin pemerintah daerah yang juara terus-menerus, berarti tiap hari ke Jakarta, nanti dari tadi pagi ada P2DD, yaitu mengenai digitalisasi. Sekarang masalah dengan saya Pak Tiko, nanti dengan Pak Wapres, nanti akhir bulan Pak Luki mau ngasih lagi yang bagian ketiga. Jadi wirawiri nanti jangan-jangan karena juara malah nggak pernah ngurusin rakyatnya karena terlalu sering berfoto dengan kita. Kita berharap tetap akan fokus untuk making the prestasinya tetap baik. Kita mendesain insentif fiskal, dana insentif daerah ini, DID yang menjadi insentif fiskal, karena memang feedback dari banyak. Yang saya sangat ingat feedbacknya adalah dari Presiden Jokowi. Dan Presiden Jokowi waktu pertama kali bertemu sama saya mengatakan, saya ketemu sama Bu Menteri Keuangan tahun 2006 waktu saya mendapatkan insentif fiskal sebagai wali kota Solo. The first waktu itu beliau adalah yang kinerjanya bagus pada awal. Dan sekarang jadi presiden. Jadi bapak-bapak yang jadi juara jangan give up, suatu saat mungkin bisa jadi kayak Pak Jokowi gitu. Itu serius itu benar-benar. Jadi beliau sangat lihat, dan feedbacknya adalah bahwa ternyata kalau diberikan penghargaan waktu itu masih sangat kecil. Karena itu semuanya adalah indikatornya dikomposit menjadi satu, sehingga daerah bisa dapat waktu itu 10 miliar square big untuk kabupaten atau kota. Nah sekarang difragmentasikan, inflasi sendiri, kemiskinan sendiri, stunting sendiri. Karena waktu dikumpulkan menjadi satu indikator komposit, pemerintah daerah kadang-kadang jadi kurang peka juga. Bagus di sini, nggak bagus di sini, akhirnya kemudian tidak. Jadi lebih baik di singling out. Nih inflasi yang juara menurut Pak Tito 10 terbaik, 10 terburuk. Aku yang terburuk nggak pernah lihat, yang terbaik aja karena dapat duit. Jadi itu Pak Tito yang melakukan penyampaian kepada daerah. Kemudian kemiskinan absolut, kemudian ekstrim, stunting, sekarang penggunaan TKDN, dan juga quality dari belanja. Dan sekarang ditambah lagi tadi 15.000 lebih desa yang akan diberikan penghargaan desa dalam bentuk uang, sehingga tadi dapat foto, diviralkan, dapat uang, dan punya harapan untuk bisa menjadi kayak Presiden Jokowi nantinya. Itu triple winning berarti. Nah kami berharap untuk daerah-daerah yang terus mengukirkan prestasi bisa menjadi inspirasi. Yang saya dapat informasi dari Pak Luki, ternyata untuk inflasi itu banyak daerah yang nggak permanen. Jadi hari ini dapat, kemudian 3 bulan kemudian daerahnya lain. Berarti ini kompetisinya cukup berjalan sangat baik. Untuk inflasi karena high frequency data, jadi we can evaluate every month. Nah yang lain mungkin a little bit challenging, agak menantang karena seperti kemiskinan, stunting, dan kemudian masalah kualitas belanja, itu measurement-nya akan menjadi makin lebih kompleks dan tidak sefrekuen seperti inflasi. Nah saya berharap di dalam forum seperti ini Pak Tito, kita akan dapatkan mengangsu ilmu dan menimba ilmu dari berbagai bagaimana caranya incentivizing ini betul-betul bisa meningkatkan kinerja dari pemerintah, dan pada saat yang sama menciptakan, kalau dari sisi keuangan negara, adalah transparansi, akuntabilitas, karena itu adalah prinsip tata kelola yang baik, yaitu munculnya transparansi, akuntabilitas yang ujungnya adalah pada kredibilitas dan kepercayaan publik kepada pemerintah di daerah. Itu adalah salah satu aset atau fondasi negara yang paling penting dan berharga, yaitu suatu negara yang diurus oleh pemerintahan yang punya kredibilitas, punya good governance, dan kemudian dipercaya oleh rakyatnya. Pasti negara itu biasanya punya kans untuk terus maju. Jadi saya ingin menyampaikan terima kasih kepada first for all the international speakers who's already sharing your experience, view, dan knowledge kepada kita. And yang kedua, saya ingin berterima kasih kepada seluruh pemerintah daerah PKH, belanja dan yang lain-lain, pasti rakyat dan negara kita akan menjadi lebih maju. Jadi kami akan siap mendukung pemerintah daerah untuk terus meningkatkan prestasi kinerja. Kami juga siap mendukung untuk capacity building. Jadi kalau hal ini training kapasitas untuk dinas-dinas, termasuk memperbaiki local taxing power, digitalisasi, kapasitas. Saya selalu berharap di daerah punya banyak menteri-menteri keuangan yang nanti akan menjadi pengganti menteri keuangan di sini ini. Dan juga kami semuanya di Kemenkeu siap untuk terus berpartner dengan seluruh pemerintah daerah untuk memajukan daerah masing-masing. Demikian yang bisa kami sampaikan. Terima kasih atas event yang baik ini dan semoga hari ini yang mendapatkan penghargaan akan terus memberikan inspirasi dan contoh yang baik bagi daerah-daerah lain. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih atas sambutannya Ibu Menteri Keuangan. Izin kami sampaikan kepada Ibu Menteri Keuangan untuk perkenaannya untuk tetap berada di tempat karena kita akan menyaksikan memberikan penyerahan penghargaan kepada para pemenang policy paper, para daerah penerima insentif dana desa dan insentif fiskal.
Hadirin yang berbahagia, tibalah kita pada sesi yang telah kita tunggu bersama. Pada kesempatan istimewa ini akan diserahkan penghargaan kepada para insan dan pemerintah daerah yang telah berkontribusi dalam upaya penyempurnaan penyelenggaraan desentralisasi fiskal di Indonesia.
Penghargaan pertama akan diberikan kepada pemenang kompetisi policy paper yang telah diselenggarakan oleh DJPK. Ketiga pemenang policy paper terbaik adalah
Judul paper Improving the Quality of Regional Expenditure to Accelerate Stunting Reduction, penulis Adi Saputra, Arifudin Miftahuluda, Radis Kapurbo. Judul paper yang kedua, Dana Abadi Daerah for the Next Decades, penulis Muhammad Ijra. Judul paper ketiga, Fiscal Decentralization and Financing Strategy for Regional Disaster Resilience, penulis Radis Kapurbo, Wisnu Wardana, Rocky Gowinoto, Desi Bastias.
Kepada seluruh pemenang, kami persilakan untuk naik ke atas panggung dan menerima penghargaan. Dan kami mohon kesediaan Ibu Menteri Keuangan untuk berkenan menyerahkan penghargaan kepada para pemenang kompetisi policy paper.
Kami mohon perkenan Ibu Menteri berfoto bersama dengan para pemenang. Kami persilakan kepada fotografer. Terima kasih. Kami persilakan untuk Bu Menteri mohon perkenannya untuk boleh tetap berada di atas panggung dan kepada para pemenang kami persilakan untuk boleh kembali ke tempat.
Selanjutnya, kita akan masuk ke dalam penghargaan yang kedua, yaitu tambahan dana desa tahun anggaran 2023. Tambahan dana desa diberikan kepada desa yang berprestasi berdasarkan komponen penilaian kategori penghargaan desa.
Kami juga mohon perkenan Bapak Menteri Dalam Negeri untuk bersama-sama dengan Ibu Menteri Keuangan untuk menyampaikan penghargaan. Pada kesempatan ini akan diserahkan penghargaan kepada 15.097 desa yang berada di 37 provinsi. Sebagai perwakilan secara simbolis akan diserahkan kepada 3 desa.
Perwakilan pertama disampaikan kepada Desa Banyu Biru, Kecamatan Banyu Biru, Kabupaten Semarang, Provinsi Jawa Tengah.
Status desa mandiri, penghargaan kinerja keuangan dan membangun desa, tata kelola keuangan dan akuntabilitas daerah, dan desa anti korupsi.
Kedua, Desa Tepus, Kecamatan Tepus, Kabupaten Gunung Kidul, Provinsi Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta.
Status desa mandiri, penghargaan kinerja keuangan dan membangun desa, tata kelola keuangan dan akuntabilitas desa, dan desa wisata.
Ketiga, Desa Sukojati, Kecamatan Bimbing Sari, Kabupaten Banyuwangi, Provinsi Jawa Timur.
Status desa mandiri, penghargaan kinerja keuangan dan membangun desa, tata kelola keuangan dan akuntabilitas desa, dan desa anti korupsi. Kami mohon perkenan Bapak dan Ibu boleh mengambil gambar bersama-sama dengan ketiga perwakilan penerima penghargaan. Boleh diabadikan bersama-sama? Ya. Ya, kami mohon perkenannya. Terima kasih. Kepada para perwakilan penerima penghargaan kami persilakan kembali ke tempat. Kepada Bapak Menteri dan Ibu Menteri Keuangan kami mohon untuk boleh tetap tinggal di depan.
Selanjutnya, kita akan masuk ke dalam penghargaan yang ketiga, yaitu insentif fiskal kepada daerah yang memiliki kinerja terbaik dalam pengendalian inflasi, percepatan belanja daerah, dan penggunaan produk dalam negeri.
Kategori pertama adalah penerima penghargaan insentif fiskal untuk pengendalian inflasi. Akan diwakilkan untuk menerima penghargaan 3 daerah penerima penghargaan, yaitu
daerah pertama, Kabupaten Magetan.
Yang kedua,
daerah kedua, Kabupaten Aceh Barat.
Dan yang ketiga
adalah Kota Sabang.
3 daerah ini menjadi perwakilan penerima penghargaan. Namun setelahnya kami mohon kesediaan Bapak Menteri Dalam Negeri dan Ibu Menteri Keuangan untuk boleh berfoto bersama seluruh daerah yang menerima penghargaan. Alokasi insentif fiskal kinerja tahun berjalan tahun anggaran 2023 kategori pengendalian inflasi daerah. Kami mohon kesediaannya untuk boleh maju ke depan. Semuanya boleh berfoto bersama, boleh mengambil tempat. Mohon kesediaan panitia untuk boleh membantu. Ya, kami mohon untuk boleh ditahan, dibantu, boleh berfoto bersama. Ya, mohon panitia untuk boleh membantu. Boleh dibariskan di bagian belakang. Izin Bapak dan Ibu boleh mundur. Bapak dan Ibu boleh mundur sedikit ke belakang. Bapak dan Ibu semua boleh mundur sedikit ke belakang. Ya, Bapak dan Ibu boleh mundur sedikit ke belakang. Mohon izin Bapak dan Ibu yang di bagian depan berkenannya untuk boleh sedikit mundur ke belakang. Ya. Terima kasih. Ya, boleh diabadikan. Inilah daerah yang menerima penghargaan alokasi insentif fiskal kinerja tahun berjalan tahun anggaran 2023 kategori pengendalian inflasi daerah. Ya. Terima kasih. Terima kasih sekali lagi kami sampaikan selamat kepada seluruh daerah yang telah menerima penghargaan alokasi insentif fiskal kinerja tahun berjalan tahun anggaran 2023. Tanpa mengurangi rasa hormat, kami mohon kesediaannya untuk boleh kembali ke tempat. Ya. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan selamat kepada penerima penghargaan. Ya, ini memang merupakan momen yang sangat istimewa bagi seluruh kepala daerah yang telah menerima penghargaan. Kami mohon kesediaan Bapak dan Ibu perkenannya untuk boleh kembali ke tempat. Ya. Terima kasih sekali lagi kami sampaikan selamat. Mohon untuk Ibu Menteri dan Bapak Menteri boleh tetap tinggal di tempat di panggung karena kita akan menyampaikan penghargaan selanjutnya. Ya.
Ya, penghargaan yang terakhir akan diberikan penghargaan insentif fiskal untuk kategori percepatan belanja dan penggunaan produk dalam negeri. Penerimaan penghargaan ini akan diwakili oleh 6 daerah penerima yang antara lain: 1.
Kabupaten Maros,
2.
Kabupaten Ciamis,
3.
Kabupaten Mesuji,
4.
Kota Sukabumi,
5.
Kabupaten Biren,
dan 6.
Kota Tanjung Pinang. Kepada para penerima penghargaan Bapak dan Ibu yang dari pemerintah daerah lainnya, kami mohon kesediaan untuk boleh bersiap karena kita akan foto bersama. Kami mohon kesediaannya. Sekali lagi kepada seluruh penerima penghargaan untuk boleh bersiap. Kita akan foto bersama dengan Menteri Keuangan dan Menteri Dalam Negeri. Sekali lagi kami sampaikan selamat kepada daerah penerima alokasi insentif fiskal kinerja tahun berjalan tahun anggaran 2023 kategori percepatan belanja daerah dan dukungan penggunaan produk dalam negeri. Kami persilahkan kepada Bapak dan Ibu untuk boleh maju ke depan dan boleh mengambil tempat untuk boleh berfoto bersama dengan Menteri Dalam Negeri dan Menteri Keuangan, karena ini merupakan kesempatan yang istimewa bagi para penerima penghargaan alokasi insentif fiskal kinerja tahun berjalan tahun anggaran 2023. Bapak dan Ibu yang di baris depan mohon perkenankan untuk boleh mundur sedikit. Bapak dan Ibu yang di baris depan boleh mohon perkenankan untuk mundur sedikit. Ya. Silakan diabadikan momen berharga dan istimewa ini.
Sekali lagi kami ucapkan selamat kepada Bapak Ibu daerah penerima alokasi insentif fiskal kinerja tahun berjalan PA 2023 untuk kategori percepatan belanja daerah dan dukungan penggunaan produk dalam negeri.
Kami persilahkan kepada Bapak dan Ibu untuk balik kembali ke tempat. Kami persilahkan dengan hormat kepada Menteri Keuangan dan Menteri Dalam Negeri juga untuk boleh kembali ke tempat duduknya. Dengan demikian berakhir penyerahan penghargaan daerah penerima insentif fiskal tahun anggaran 2023. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan selamat baik kepada pemenang Call for People Policy, kepada penerima penghargaan. Kami persilahkan kepada Ibu Menteri Keuangan dan Bapak Menteri Dalam Negeri untuk boleh kembali ke tempat duduk yang telah disediakan. Ya. Kamu bisa close nggak? Kamu bisa close dari Ya, Bapak dan Ibu sekali lagi kami ucapkan selamat. Boleh kita memberikan aplaus untuk kita semua, baik kepada pemenang maupun penerima penghargaan pada kesempatan ini. Ya.
Dengan demikian, selesai sudah acara di hari ini dalam rangkaian acara Indonesia's Fiscal Decentralization Policy for the Next Decades International Seminar and Awards Ceremony. Mewakili panitia, kami mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua peserta atas seluruh atensi dan partisipasinya pada hari ini, serta kami mohon maaf apabila terdapat kekurangan selama penyelenggaraan acara berlangsung.
Dari Cikini ke Gondang Dia, banyak kenangan yang tak terlupakan. Untuk pemerataan kesejahteraan di Indonesia, desentralisasi fiskal terus disempurnakan. Akhir kata, saya Taruli Kristofina dan rekan saya
Diki Wirawan,
kami pamit undur diri. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kepada Bapak dan Ibu yang ada di ruangan ini, izinkan kami menyampaikan beberapa pengalaman. Yang pertama, untuk Bapak dan Ibu yang mengikuti acara Deep Dive Discussion, dipersilakan untuk hadir di Aula Negara Dana Rapca, Direktorat Jenderal Perimbangan Keuangan pukul 2 siang. Sekali lagi kami sampaikan kepada Bapak dan Ibu yang mengikuti acara Deep Dive Discussion, kami persilakan untuk hadir di Aula Negara Dana Rapca, Direktorat Jenderal Perimbangan Keuangan pada pukul 2 siang. Yang kedua, untuk makan siang,
makan siang telah kami sediakan untuk Bapak Kepala Daerah. Makan siang kami sediakan di sebelah
kanan ruangan, di sebelah kanan ruangan.
Di pintu kiri dari panggung. Untuk Bapak Ibu lainnya, makan siang dapat dinikmati di depan